never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA Radio News.
The U.S. Supreme Court has refused to intervene in former President Donald Trump's ongoing fight over a number of classified records taken out of his Florida estate by federal agents in August. In an unsigned one-sentence ruling, the Supreme Court denied Trump's emergency appeal, which had asked it to restore Judge Eileen Cannon's previous order that a special master be allowed to review the documents. There were no noted dissents. The decision comes 2 days after the Justice Department weighed in on the matter, arguing to the nation's highest court in a filing that Trump had, quote, no plausible claims over the records and would suffer no harm at all if they were temporarily withheld from the independent arbiter. The Food and Drug Administration has confirmed a nationwide Adderall shortage after weeks of reported backlogs. Kim Jong-un has launched another missile into the Sea of Japan and flew warplanes along its border with South Korea, adding to the rounds of weapon tests conducted by the nation since late September. The state, which described the tests as simulated nuclear attacks on South Korea and U.S. targets, said it was acting in retaliation against South Korea's mobilization, accusing it of practicing artillery fire for 10 hours along the country's shared border. It also blamed its, quote, strong military countermeasures on the return of a U.S. aircraft carrier to the Korean Peninsula, which began practicing naval drills on October 6. For USA Radio News, I'm Ellie Andrews.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate through the site within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. Just go to this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
The Biden administration is stating that the COVID-19 public health emergency will continue through January 11th as officials brace for a spike in cases this winter. The decision comes as the pandemic has faded from the forefront of many people's minds. The trial continues for an alleged suspect who drove through a Christmas parade.
Prosecutors argue Darrell Brooks drove his SUV through a Christmas parade in Waukesha, Wisconsin last November, killing 6 people and injuring dozens more. As the trial continues in Waukesha, the tension between Brooks and Judge Jennifer Duro continues to rise.
I'm going to keep going. I just think the jury deserves to hear.
Mr. Brooks, I'm instructing you to stop making those statements.
Brooks faces 76 charges, including 6 counts of first-degree intentional homicide. Each of those counts carries a mandatory life sentence. From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
Elon Musk is under investigation by federal authorities over his bid to buy Twitter. That's according to a recent filing from the social media company. Lawyers for Twitter, which is suing Musk for attempting to back out of the purchase agreement. The company asked for access to documents that Musk has shared with investigators, saying they bear upon key issues in the litigation. For USA Radio News, I'm Ellie Andrews.
The buy one, get one free special going on now at MyPillow. MyPillow bed sheets, Giza Elegance MyPillows, the roll and go anywhere MyPillows, and 6-piece towel sets on special. Go to mypillow.com/USA, use promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175 and find out all the great deals you can get right now at MyPillow. mypillow.com/USA.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with a dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Well, that midnight hour is upon us, and we really got a long, long way to go. How will we stay awake? Thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Summers on the radio. We got that Hot Shot Secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're going to hear from all our friends. We're going to do it all again on this overnight drive. How about you, Big Ed? Are you with me? Break 1-9 for that Carolina monkey gouger. Negatory there, hillbilly. You clean clear to Flagtown. Let it roll. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather, whether rain or sleet or even snow. It don't matter if you're in New York or Dallas, we'll catch it all on that Steve Summers show. We got that Hot Shot Secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're going to hear from all our friends. We're going to do it all again on this secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Let's start this overnight drive.
Alrighty then. Well. Looky there. Yeah, we're here. We're live. It's Friday. Welcome in. Welcome aboard. Are you ready to roll? Ready or not, here we go. We'll be working our way into the 14th day of October. You know, it just crossed my mind here a couple minutes ago. You're one of those many millions of Americans that filed for an extension on your tax returns. 15th of October is kind of like D-Day. Now, seeing as the 15th is actually on a Saturday, I don't know if you've gotten, they might have Monday as the deadline. Maybe I'll double check on that, but yeah. So for those procrastinators who on April 15th said, I don't want to mess with this right now, filed that extension. And as I said, millions of Americans do just that. Maybe spending this weekend pushing the pencil into paper. Got to get it done at some point in time. All right, hope you've had a good week. What's on tap? Big weekend coming on. And we'll take a look at the Major League playoff picture. I've never looked into how things went this past evening. Had a couple of games, so what's on tap for Friday? All right, Mets and the Guardians, Phillies and the Braves, Dodgers and the Padres. We'll break it all down for you coming up here. Looks like the Cleveland-New York game was actually postponed this past evening. So that's why we've got 3 games on the slate for Friday. And they'll be making up that game. The American League Division Series, game number 2 will be played again later today. It was a rainy day in the Northeast, and it's a rainy night, still raining in the Northeast, all along that I-95 corridor. Yeah, showers from Philadelphia to New York City to Boston, on up into Vermont, New Hampshire. Rains all the way back into central Pennsylvania, central New York. It's raining from Syracuse, New York, all the way down to Washington, D.C. As we progress through the overnight hours. That's that front we've been watching all week, which behind the front, we're seeing that cooler air, much colder air sinking in. And believe it or not, I'm looking at some snow on the radar. Yeah, a little bit of snow in northeastern North Dakota, northern portions of Minnesota tonight. There's the cold stuff coming in. And a lot of folk, many more, will be seeing maybe their first flakes of snow coming up this weekend. Big swath of the USA is going to be transitioning from typical fall conditions to feeling more downright winter-like in the next several days. And yeah, there it is. Some regions will have a chance to get their first snow of the season. According to AccuWeather forecasters, yeah, this is the first of what will be multiple cold fronts that are going to bring lower temperatures. Further to the west and the north, a much stronger push of cold air is going to be coming in. Colder air began to pour into the northern plains on Wednesday, and a few snowflakes started to fly in portions of North Dakota and Minnesota Wednesday night. We're seeing more of that as we speak. Some of the coldest air of the season will push across the northern plains as we wrap up the work week here. Snow on Wednesday did not accumulate, but that may not be the case tonight. Northern Minnesota, you may see 1 to 3 inches of snow overnight tonight. Residents don't need to break out the shovels from the storage shed just yet. This upcoming snow not likely to accumulate on the roads or the sidewalks given how warm the ground still is. Snow largely just sticking to the grassy areas, and you may have an accumulation on your cars and things like that. But that said, any heavier burst of snow could briefly cause some slick conditions on the less traveled roadways, a little bit of slush. This could especially be the case in areas that are typically in the shade during the daylight hours. Any accumulation should melt later in the day. When the sun comes up on Friday, temperatures will climb above freezing again in northern Minnesota, northern Wisconsin, the UP of Michigan. Even northern lower Michigan could see a mix of rain and snow showers later today, but it should all melt on contact. But wind chill factors, what it really feels like on the skin, are going to be more typical of levels we'd see closer to Thanksgiving, mid-November. Over much of the region later today, temperatures may struggle to get above 40 over parts of the upper Midwest. Wow. A mix of rain and wet snow showers continues into Friday night and Saturday in those northern portions of Minnesota, Wisconsin, and Michigan. Then another cold front's going to be diving into the northern portions of the Great Plains and the Great Lakes by Sunday. This next potent cold front's going to push that surge of colder air across the Great Lakes right on through the weekend. Unlike the preceding air mass, the current cold front, that front that arrives this weekend is going to dive much further to the south. By Monday, colder air is going to be pivoting then into the northeast. As we look toward early next week, November-like air is going to spread across much of the northeast. And this push of cold air further to the east will be aided by a system moving through southern portions of Canada. By Tuesday of next week, that cold air reaches the I-95 corridor. Right now, forecasters say it's too early in the season for snow in places like Boston, New York City, Philadelphia, or Baltimore. Now further inland, that's not necessarily the case. Many areas across the interior Northeast will see their first snowflakes of the season, especially for those along the ridges of the Appalachians and the Allegheny Plateau in New York and Pennsylvania, as well as the Adirondacks. Snow may actually coat the ridges of western Maryland and portions of West Virginia. In most locations, the snow will be mixed with rain. Rain may even be favored over snow during the warmer times of the day, as temperatures should rise into the 40s on Tuesday. So it's really just the highest elevations, upstate New York, portions of Pennsylvania, that may stay in the mid to upper 30s for high temperatures. Now, we can look for a gradual warming trend over parts of the Midwest by midweek next week. But still, below normal temperatures, spotty flurries and snow showers going to persist over the higher elevations of the interior Northeast. Maybe a slight warm-up by the end of next week in the Northeast, but you're still looking at temperatures going to remain below normal, according to forecasters there. All right, look at our travelers. Well, aside from the precip there in the Northeast, as we kind of zoom things out, the rest of the country, with the exception of that little bit of snow that's coming in out of Canada into parts of Northeast, North Dakota, and northern portions of Minnesota, rest of the country looking great. Clear skies for most. Another beautiful night to be moving freight up and down the highways and byways around the country. So again, trust you've had a good week. Hello to Philly Dan, out of the box, first on YouTube this morning. Good morning, drivers. Stay safe out there. God bless the Rambler. High pressure pumpkin ready to roll on a Friday. Hello to James. Looks like the sham J6 committee has subpoenaed Trump. Indeed, they have. Got the latest. We'll give you all the details coming up here. Hello to Steve and the Overnight Drive crew. Heavy D on board. Stay safe. Keep on trucking. Shout out to the hardworking American truck drivers out there. Good afternoon. Hammer down. Be safe. Wet in the Northeast tonight. You're in some of that rain, right? Hello to Deborah there, Central Indiana. Morning, Steve. It's a chilly 40 degrees here in Central Indiana. Hope everybody stays safe out there tonight, especially my special driver. Hope you have a great birthday weekend. Hibachi is really good. It's going to be my first, believe it or not, 58th birthday. Going to do the Japanese restaurant for the first time. I guess you got to get it. Should be on my bucket list, shouldn't it? Let's see. Hello to, it must be Scotty, Facebook user. Greetings from the Mile High. Fresh out of lockup for a crime I did not commit. 3 days in solitary confinement in the Facebook jail. I didn't even get a trial and a chance to defend myself. Lousy Democrats. Hello to Carl. Anybody traveling I-40 through Kingman, Arizona tonight? Don't. Accident has both lanes, east and west, shut down as of 11 p.m. Central Time. So that was be the midnight hour Eastern Time. All right. See if we can find out more there. Bidu checks in this morning. Good morning, Mr. Summers and the Overnight Drive crew. Heat Wave checks in from Rogers, Texas tonight. Clear and 71. 665 miles in the vehicle that can run the speed limit. Sure was a blessing. Makes a difference not being in that governed truck, doesn't it, Heat Wave? All right, well, I'm going to have to sack out and enjoy some time off. You enjoy the night, stay safe. And Steve, happy birthday on your day tomorrow. Yes, Saturday, 15th of October. How about that? Happy birthday to me. Let's see. James, good morning, Steve. 36 degrees in Fargo, North Dakota. Loading honeybees Saturday morning. Headed to Idaho. Everybody be safe. Have a great show. Thank you so much. We'll do our best. 5-7, copy the mail. Good morning from Mary Ann. There's Lauren Weiss, two-time world champion bull hauler. Morning, Steve, 59 degrees in Sugarloaf Township, North Carolina tonight. A special one-night-only Tar Heel shout-out to the Michigan Madman. Hey there, Michigan Madman. How about that? Gilligan on board. Morning, Steve, and fellow listeners. Cloudy and warm here at the Speedway in Martinsville, Virginia. Hanging out at 63 degrees. Keep it shiny side up. Yeah, 63. That's about where we were 24 hours ago. I'm looking at 47. What a difference a day can make. And even colder coming up this weekend. All right, hello to Kevin. Morning, Steve, and the Overnight Drive crew from Troy, Ohio this morning. There's the drug runner checking in. Morning, Steve, and all the overnight drivers. 53 degrees. Clearing skies in Nashville. Hammer down, keep the wheels rolling. Everybody have a great night. The legendary Big Moose. Rollin', we gone. All right, good to have you on board the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com. Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
There you go. Dial us up. We got the lines opened up on a Friday morning here. And I was double checking. I wasn't certain. Are these division series, are they best of 3 or best of 5? So it's best of 5. Now, this past day, Houston did indeed take a 2-0 lead over the Mariners. Yeah, could they go on for the sweep as we head into the weekend here? Looks like their game will be taking place on Saturday. Next game, so Houston versus Seattle. That'll be 4 o'clock, 4:07 Eastern Time, Saturday afternoon. Again, Houston leads in that series 2-0. So it'll be a full Friday of baseball. That makeup game for the Guardians versus the Yankees will start at 1 o'clock this afternoon Eastern Time. Now, that's going to be the makeup game from this past day. 4:30 Eastern, it's the Braves versus the Phillies, where they're tied 1 game apiece. The nightcap, Friday night, 8:30 p.m. The Dodgers take on the Padres, another series where they're split right now, 1 game apiece. We may have the next step along the line headed to the big series by the time we conclude the weekend. I suspect that'll be the likely case. It is 844-844-3388. What's on your mind here on a Friday? Would that be Captain Ron checking in?
It's a nice day for a white wedding.
Ah, right.
We got duped on that one. Hey, that class action lawsuit that GMA Enterprises is rounding up, what is that, 1995 to get it?
You want to join in the class action? Yeah, right. And if you want to double...
That's what I'm saying.
And you can double down for $49.95. Well, thank you very much. Thank you.
You know what? It also one day closer to the
greatest day of the week. Yeah, Monday. I know. Don't ruin my weekend.
I had to. Hey, somebody posted a couple of days ago that they didn't have a stable mind or something like that, but at least they didn't wear Crocs. You got any Crocs yet?
I do not currently, nor have I ever owned a pair of Crocs. No, sir.
Well, you might not be old enough. Maybe that's the thing.
Is that
but
it?
I replied on there that I had 2 pair, but I don't. You got to have a good pair for dress up and then one for casual, you know. But at least I don't wear socks with mine.
I did not realize there was such a thing as dress-up Crocs. What the hell is that?
Well, yeah, the fancy ones that you wear, you know, and then you got your everyday.
Uh-huh.
I mean, this is Florida, man.
Okay.
And you may not be old enough for them yet. I just saw fuel for $5.33 at Wildwood. I don't know what it is everywhere else. I'm sure it's going to keep going up.
I was just going to say, all I know is the numbers are going up, and they're going up fast. I mean, that was a 38-cent per gallon increase on the national average last week. It's like, whoa.
It's crazy. But, well, I ain't got too much tonight. I just wanted to call and tell you happy birthday.
Well, I appreciate that, Captain Ron. Anything on the slate for your weekend?
Nah. The wife's going to be busy, so I'll be batching for this weekend, which is a good thing.
Mm-hmm.
I don't mind none too much. Nothing really planned.
Okay. Well, whatever you do, enjoy. Have a good time. Catch some. You got baseball, you got college football, got NFL, just all kind of stuff to tune into.
Yeah. Got all the good stuff. Well, I'll be listening, and thanks for taking my call.
Appreciate you checking in. Have a great Friday. What are we looking at? A couple of minutes before news break. Yeah, the increase in fuel prices. I hadn't printed the story up, but we're seeing is it a conspiracy kind of thing? I say, yeah, it's not a conspiracy. I have no doubt in my mind. Saudi Arabia is kind of coming right out and saying the Biden administration was actually, they didn't say begging, but kind of asking them, don't announce that 2 million barrel per day cut. Don't announce that until your November meeting. They didn't want that announced on October the 5th because they knew the implications are going to be higher prices at the pump, and we're already seeing that reflected. Yeah, obviously they felt as if the announcement happened more like November the 5th, just 3 days before the midterms. There wouldn't be a chance for prices to begin ticking higher yet by November the 8th. Now, that's what's being speculated. New York Post headline, Saudi says Biden asked them to hold oil production cut until after midterms. Yeah, this is not going to bode well. The latest poll showing that, latest survey, Trafalgar poll, said that a majority of people said if prices at the pump go up, they'll be more inclined to vote Republican. Got all those numbers for you coming up here. First, let's get a news break. It's 844-844-3388, the Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News with Tim Berg.
U.S. inflation eased slightly in September to 8.2%, but underlying prices, excluding energy and food, accelerated to a new 4-decade high of 6.6%. The president saying he's doing his best to tame 40-year high inflation.
Before I begin, let me say a few words quickly about today's report on inflation. Americans are squeezed by the cost of living. It's been true for years, and folks don't need a report to tell them they're being squeezed. Fighting this battle every day is the key reason why I ran for President of the United States.
The Democratic-led January House Select Committee investigating the January 6th attack on the U.S. Capitol voted to issue a subpoena to former President Donald Trump for testimony and documents. The Dow gaining 827 points on Thursday to close at 3038. This is USA Radio News.
Hey everyone, this is Mike.
And this is Brian with Fellowship Home Loans. For years now, we've helped thousands of families live the dream of home ownership. And it's always great to hear from them.
How willing they were to work with me, where everybody else just wanted to slam the door in my face. Second thing was just how quick and easy it was to go with Fellowship, because they really put it together quick for me.
At Fellowship Home Loans, we don't have clients. We have friends and family.
I recommend many people. I have my cousin, I have a friend at work, I have there's a lot of people who really need someone like Fellowship Home Loans.
We are here to help. No pressure guaranteed. 800-535-2779. 800-535-2779.
I appreciate how quick and easy it was to work with Fellowship Home Loans. What a pleasant experience it was. They really put it together quick for me.
Fellowship Home Loans.
Welcome home.
Intercontinental Capital Group, DBA Fellowship Home Loans, Equal Housing Opportunity Lender, MLS number 60134.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shine Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shine Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, what are we looking at here? Pulled up the rest of the story. Now, obviously, it's going to depend on who you ask, but there's Democrats would adamantly deny, no, we didn't ask Saudi Arabia to hold off on the production cut. It has nothing to do with the election. Now, they did admit yesterday, the Biden administration admitting, yes, we did ask Saudi Arabia to delay the announcement till the next meeting, which, hey, that's after the midterm elections. And I quote, according to the National Security Council spokesman John Kirby, we presented Saudi Arabia with analysis to show that there was no market basis to cut production targets and that they could easily wait for the next OPEC meeting to see how things developed. Now, of course, the Riyadh-led group of oil producers' next meeting is scheduled actually for not November, but December 4th, according to the website. So that would have been well after the midterm. Now, Kirby also alleged that other OPEC member nations communicated to us privately that they disagreed with the decision for the cut, but felt coerced to support Saudi's direction. White House responding to the Wednesday night statement from the Saudi Foreign Ministry that kind of hit back at Washington's accusation that they had taken sides with Russia in the war with Ukraine. The ministry insisted the move by OPEC to reduce production by 2 million barrels per day beginning next month was made in a purely economic context. They added that they had made it clear to the White House that all economic analysis indicated that postponing the decision for another month, according to what had been suggested, would have had negative economic consequences. The Saudis also insisted that the production reduction, which is expected to raise gas prices in the U.S., was made through a consensus among member states. Statement said they're not based on the unilateral decision by a single country. These outcomes are based purely on economic considerations that take into account maintaining the balance of supply and demand in the oil markets, as well as to limit volatility that does not serve the interest of consumers and producers. So really, it's kind of a back and forth right now. between the Biden administration and OPEC. Kind of firing barbs back and forth at one another. But, one of these days, the professional economist who forecast inflation will stop underestimating the pace of price increases. But yesterday was not that day. The Bureau of Labor Statistics report on Thursday that the Consumer Price Index rose 0.4 percentage point in the month of September compared with August, which was twice the rate they expected, according to the Econoday's survey of forecasters. Core prices were up 0.6%, 0.2 point higher than the consensus forecast there. By our account, according to Breitbart, the Consumer Price Index has now beat expectations to the upside in 11 of the last 19 reports. They've only come in below expectations on 2 occasions. In this Wednesday's Business Digest, we were looking at some of the causes of this persistent error in their forecast for inflation. In summary, there's too much herd following in economic forecasting. Decades of low inflation have created this expectation that will quickly revert back to price stability. Too many forecasters believe in the notions that expectations control and predict inflation, and that the Phillips curve is flat. If expectations are not the critical metric for future inflation, then what is? We've noticed a lot of talk from family and friends about needing higher wages or quitting to get a better job. It's not rooted in a prediction about inflation 1 year, 3 or 5 years from now. It is rooted in the idea that the cost of living has already gone up. Businesses looking to attract new workers and retain the ones they have preemptively raise wages. It's the same that's true when businesses talk about raising prices. When a chief financial officer on an earnings call talks about raising prices, he typically describes that this is a reaction to higher costs rather than a calculation based on a forecast of future inflation. In other words, it's not the expectation of inflation, but the actual real-life experience of inflation that influences the future wages and prices. We could use Hotshot Secret as a prime example. Chris Gabrelchik does not want to raise prices. He never wants to raise prices unless they absolutely have to, and any time they do, it is based on they're already absorbing the higher cost, whether it's the bottles or the labels or the boxes to ship, all those base ingredients to manufacture the products. They hold off as long as they can. So it's not the expectation that the prices are going to go up in the future that causes a price increase. It's the fact that it's a reality right now. Matter of fact, they said, based on the calculations, inflation is now costing the average household $5,200 a year more. The figure of 8.2% that they revealed yesterday, the September Consumer Price Index. This is higher than the economist had predicted, obviously. While the headline inflation figure was lower than the 8.3% for August, inflation is still alarmingly high. Now, this indicates the Federal Reserve interest rates are not going to be slowing. It's not slowing inflation as quickly as the administration and the Fed would like it to. In other words, the Fed's going to continue to break hard on the economy with more rate hikes. Now, inflation is stubbornly high, painful for many Americans. The breakdown from the Bureau of Labor Statistics data showed on a yearly basis, inflated prices are costing the average U.S. household an extra $5,200 every year. The bottom quarter of the households is paying $2,200 a year more due to inflation at a rate that we've not seen in 40 years. Yeah, for the top quartile, inflation is costing them $10,000 more per year. Yeah, they break down many of the essentials, things that we need to survive. Yearly increases in the price of essential items. Fuel oil. Yep, your home heating oil is up 58.1%. Airline fares up 42.9%. Your gas cost, utility gas, 33.1% up. Eggs up more than 30%. Gasoline up 18.2%. And the list goes on and on. Chicken, coffee, milk, electricity, bread, transportation. You know, you got everything. Paying more. It's 844-3388. Is that Country Bumpkin, I believe?
Yes, sir. Well, first of all, happy birthday to you and the missus.
Thank you.
And, yep, I-94 westbound in southwest Michigan, about the 25-yard line. They got 3 lanes going down to 1. They're replacing highway signs.
So a bit of a bottleneck. Is it backed up pretty good, or?
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah, it's moving real slow, but it's backed up pretty good.
Okay.
So you've never been to one of them Chinese restaurants, huh?
Yeah, it's not the Chinese. I love Chinese food. This is, I guess, Japanese, where they're chopping and cooking and doing all that stuff, juggling eggs and all that. I've never been there, no.
As long as you don't have an egghead juggling an egg, you're good, right?
Right.
Okay, well, I think you need to find a more intelligent caller, because I'm not one of them. You have yourself a great weekend, sir. Thanks for all you do.
Hey, thank you for checking in. Country Bumpkin, you do the same. Have a great weekend. Flip back over here. Who we got? Who else checking in this morning? We got to the drug runner, Matthew. Good morning, Steve and Kevin the Cat. Looking at 64 degrees here in Dallas, Texas. Happy early birthday. It's birthday eve, right? Top of the morning, Steve. Santa Claus checks in with 68 degrees here in Sacramento, California. Enjoying your show tonight after my walk. Santa Claus out. I got a chuckle here a little bit early. I saw your post where you were out for your walk this past. He was out for a walk, and he was right in front of the CARB building, California Air Resources Board there in California. And he gave him the #1 salute, if you know what I mean. Good morning, Mr. Summers. Justin checks in. Hello to Pappy. 42 degrees in the far side of southwestern Hamilton County, Ohio. Better late than never. Busy, busy, busy. Daggone it, I missed the weather report. All right. Hello to Raymond. He said, I lost your audio. He's on Facebook. I don't think nobody else saying they've had a problem. So maybe your internet connection or something, possibly, Raymond. Hello to Monty Python. Been a while since we've heard from you. Good evening, Your Honor. Let's see. Matthew says, I do want to add the National Hockey League season has begun for the hockey fans out there. Good morning from Eastern Oklahoma. Tank is on board. Have a great weekend. Happy birthday. Let's see. Randy checks in. Said the Saudis own the largest oil refinery in Texas. Let's see. There's Linda. Lucky Penny. Hello, Lucky Penny. Good morning, Steve. Lucky Penny checking in. Eskimo Mom is on board. Hello from Kentucky. Rolling down 71 on a breezy fall night. Now 75, 71 from Dayton south. The road crews are pretty active tonight. TIA for your birthday wishes. Happy early birthday, Steve and Marianne. 49 degrees. All right. Happy early birthday, Steve, and the princess from Beedoo this morning. Thank you so much for the birthday wishes. How about the cost of food? You see it. I'm not telling you something you don't know. I had a handful of stories about the inflation numbers. The price of food has climbed by 15.5% since Joe Biden took office January of 2021, according to the data from the Bureau of Labor Statistics. In January of 21, the food price index for all urban consumers was 270.938. As of this September, it is now 313.142. Now, that's an increase of 42.204, which translates to 15.57%. In just the past year, September of 21 to September of this year, food prices have increased 11.2%, according to the Bureau of Labor Statistics. The prices we're paying to have food at home has actually increased more over the past year than the price of food away from home. The food at home index up 13% over the last 12 months. The index for cereals and bakery products up more than 16% over the year. The index for dairy and related products up 15.9%. The remaining major grocery store food groups posting increases ranging from 9% for meats, poultry, fish, and eggs to more than 15% for other food at home. All right, lines available. It is 844-844-3388, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com. Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All right, about 10 before the hour on a Friday morning. So the president's latest gaffe, if you want to call it that, verbal, if not cognitive gaffe this past day. Yeah, we've been seeing this time and time again. Just where is he mentally? Yesterday, he claimed that his son, Beau Biden, who died of cancer a number of years ago, back in 2015, lost his life in Iraq. He didn't lose his life in Iraq. It was actually on Wednesday, speaking in Colorado, suggesting Beau, who actually died of brain cancer here in the United States in 2015, years after serving in the military, suggesting he was killed in Iraq. I say this as a father of a man who won the Bronze Star, the Conspicuous Service Medal, and lost his life in Iraq. Told those at the Army's 10th Mountain Division, imagine the courage, the daring, the genuine sacrifice they all made, he says. Now, this, again, just the latest in a long line. Ronnie Jackson, representative from Texas, says, this latest questionable verbal slip should lead the president to take a cognitive exam or resign. Today, Biden said his son lost his life while serving in Iraq, not years later due to cancer. If he's forgotten moments in his life like this, how could he have the cognitive ability to lead this country? This has gone too far, he says. Biden needs to take a cognitive exam or resign. Now, Jackson's been saying this for well over a year now. He was Donald Trump's and Barack Obama's private White House doctor, including when Joe Biden was actually vice president. Biden has alleged that Beau Biden's brain cancer was supposedly related to exposure of burn pits in Iraq, but there is no link that has been definitively proven. Defenders of the president are referring to that burn pit exposure as why he would say he lost his life. Beau lost his life in Iraq. Still, that explanation does not sit well with a lot of folks, including Marine veteran Joey Jones, who lost both his legs to a landmine. Jones said, "My friend Dave was blown up in Afghanistan. He lost both legs and had several lingering injuries. 5 years after his injury, he died from a heart attack. Doctors believe it was from a blood clot." Now, if Dave wasn't killed in action, Beau Biden certainly did not die in Iraq. It's just disgraceful. All right, plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388. I had a story somewhere, I believe I've got it in the mix here, the spotted lanternfly, which we've talked about quarantines there in the East, Pennsylvania, and some of the surrounding states for several years now. I saw a local report, all the way over here in Cincinnati, that the spotted lanternfly has indeed been spotted here. They're asking anyone if you see these things, take photographs. Let the authorities know. They're trying to stop the spread of this invasive species. It's native to China, India, Vietnam. It attacks fruit plants, grapes, apples, ornamental and woody trees. A primary host is Tree of Heaven. First detected in eastern Pennsylvania. We go back to September of 2014. They believe it was brought here by imported woody plants or wood products, other commodities, but they continue to spread. They've now established populations in a handful of eastern states: Delaware, New Jersey, Pennsylvania, Virginia, now Ohio. Now, they point out the spotted lanternfly is not a strong flyer. They don't fly long distances. They're actually what they call a plant hopper. Despite this, they can spread long distances quickly by people who move infested materials or those containing the egg masses. Now confirmed in Cuyahoga and Jefferson counties in Ohio. Of course, here, Cincinnati, we're in Hamilton County, and that was just reported earlier this week. Residents are being advised to be on alert for this pest and report any possible sightings. Now, our friend there at the Vina Colette, our beloved winery here in Hamilton County, I guarantee they're concerned, because if these pests get into the likes of vineyards, they will just destroy them in no time at all. If you suspect a spotted lanternfly infestation at any life stage, they ask you to please take a picture or collect a sample and report the findings to the ODA Plant Pest Control. The Ohio Plant Pest Reporter is the suggestion there. Yeah, going back to last year, they began to find some spotted lanternflies over in eastern portions of Ohio. So, yeah, it continues the spread. We'll get our news break here as we head for the top of the hour. Hour number 1, hour number 844-844-3388 on a Friday morning. Good to have you on board. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News with Tim Berg.
Nicholas Cruz was spared the death penalty by a jury for the murders of 17 people at a Parkland, Florida high school in 2018. Instead, the jury decided to recommend he spend his life in prison without parole. Prices continue to rise according to the September Consumer Price Index, but the year-over-year increase is slower than reported this summer. While appearing on Fox Business, Texas Republican Congressman Kevin Brady says he believes inflation will continue to be a problem in the United States.
It's clear we're going to see high inflation. It's persistent, and right now there's no end in sight.
The Democratic-led committee investigating last year's Capitol attack is voting to issue a subpoena to former President Donald Trump. Mississippi Democrat Benny Thompson called the vote.
Those in favor will say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Those opposed is no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
There's a new plan being rolled out by the Department of Homeland Security to address a surge of illegal immigration from Venezuela. Venezuelan migrants will need to apply for asylum, have a sponsor in the United States, and undergo screening. Those who have crossed the border illegally will be removed and aren't eligible and will be sent back to Mexico. Kroger and rival grocery store Albertsons are in talks about a merger. Bloomberg News reporting their agreement could be reached this week. An American veteran is dead after fighting alongside Ukrainian forces. Dane Partridge's sister telling CNN he had been in Ukraine since the end of April. The Idaho native was helping to clear trenches when his group was ambushed by 2 Russian vehicles and was caught in a firefight. Delta Airlines is reporting a record revenue of $695 million for the third quarter of this year. USA Radio News.
Mike Lindell and MyPillow offering the BOGO extravaganza right now on a whole slew of MyPillow products. Now you can find all sorts of great deals on MyPillow bed sheets, Giza Elegance MyPillow, 6-piece towel sets, Roll and Go Anywhere pillows, much more, all priced buy one, get one free. Go to mypillow.com/USA, use promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175 and find you some great MyPillow products. They're all available. Oh, by the way, you can also get Mike's book absolutely free with any purchase, but you have to go to mypillow.com/USA or call 1-800-951-8175 and make sure you use the promo code, the buy one, get one extravaganza, going on right now at mypillow.com.
Wall Street is closing with stocks sharply higher despite more proof that inflation is rising. At the closing bell, the Dow gaining 827 points to finish Thursday at 3038. Democrats on Capitol Hill are calling for action now that Saudi Arabia has said they are cutting oil production. From the USA Radio News West Coast News Bureau, Lance Pry has the details.
Quid pro quo, once a battle cry for Democrats when President Trump was dealing with Ukraine corruption, are now silent when President Biden publicly calls for punishing Saudi Arabia and cutting arms sales after limiting oil production. The Biden administration asked the Saudis to postpone the cut until after the midterm elections.
Earlier this week, NBC News correspondent Dasha Burns stated that Pennsylvania Senate candidate John Fetterman required a closed captioning device during their interview and was unable to keep up with small talk. This after Fetterman suffered a stroke back in May. Fetterman's opponent, Pennsylvania Senate candidate Dr. Mohammed Oz, criticizes those accommodations while appearing on Fox Business.
I don't think there's closed captioning on the floor of the Senate, and maybe he doesn't need closed captioning when he's actually moving around, but maybe he does. Again, a lot of question marks, and voters deserve better.
In Thursday Night Football on Amazon Prime, the Chicago Bears are hosting the Washington Commanders. For USA Radio News, I'm Tim Berg.
Now you can fly anywhere in the world and pay discount prices on your airline tickets. Book a flight today to London, Paris, Madrid, or anywhere else you want to go. And pay a lot less guaranteed. Call the International Travel Department right now at Low Cost Airlines.
800-215-5141. 800-215-5141. That's 800-215-5141.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
All right, thank you much. I believe that is my cue. Hour number 2 underway. I got an email from Shorty here a few minutes ago. What is he passing on some travel info in North Carolina? I-75 shut down, or 77, I'm sorry, I-77. Get around I-77 north to exit 42. The end of the ramp, turn left. Highway 21 north. Go to Troutman, follow the I-77 sign. Yeah, turn right, follow to the dead end, turn right. It's about another half mile to get back on the interstate there. So, all right, thanks for the heads up, the shutdown. Yeah, Todd, yeah, I saw the headline. I think I printed that up there. a big merger in the discussions, grocery merger. Kroger is in talks with their big rival Albertsons about a possible merger. Here's the scoop. Kroger in talks to merge with Albertsons. A deal could be reached as soon as today, the end of the week, but no final decision has been made, and talks could still be delayed, according to the report from Bloomberg, citing sources familiar with the matter. The all-cash acquisition could be announced as soon as this morning, according to CNBC. Shares of Albertsons jumped more than 11% after reports of the merger, while Kroger's stock dropped about 2%. The merger would make a combined chain with a market valuation of about $47 billion. It would be one of the biggest in recent years when it comes to retail, according to Reuters. The grocers would combine for a total of about 5,000 stores across the United States. Kroger, of course, is the largest supermarket operator in the country, with nearly 2,800 stores in 35 states, operating under 28 different banners. Albertsons is made up of 20 different banners, with more than 2,200 supermarkets in 34 states, as well as D.C. The news of the potential deal, as grocers are struggling with this runaway inflation and supply chain disruptions on the heels of the pandemic. That would be a pretty big deal. Hey, talk about a corner on the market, right? Michigan Madman, hey there, what's happening?
Hey, Steve, how you doing? I want to tell you happy birthday to you and your wife before I forget. And dang it, I did not know Chris was coming on. I'm listening to the podcast. I'm like, oh, man. So I'm going to ask you a question. How about that Green Diamond Oil? I got that 6.7 Cummins in a 2020 Dodge Ram dually. I heard him say something about on a pack engine, which of course is a big truck. He was saying like 50,000 miles. Where would you say a guy like me would start on mileage wise? I mean, I got a test kit from him and everything. But what do you think that oil will run in my truck, my pickup?
Oh man, I wish Chris were here to help answer the question. I don't want to misspeak because I'm not up to speed on just the oils. But yeah, I remember that discussion last evening, and he was talking about, especially in the big truck, if you get the bypass filter, they've got like the Franz, I believe, you can go 100,000 miles. I think he was suggesting, put it in, and didn't he say like test every 10,000 miles maybe to get a base, but.
It might have been. I was trying to pick up on a lot of it. I am going to get that D-Franz filter. I was checking that out. Sounds like a pretty good deal. I don't know, man. I'm just up in the air with everything. I'm trying to do the best I can with it.
Mm-hmm.
But I wanted to ask you another question, too. I heard something. I think it was on your deal on the podcast, maybe on the news or something about Pennsylvania and Supreme Court made some type of ruling or something, and they're more or less telling them to pound putty. Can you enlighten me on that? What the deal was?
Remember, it wasn't the 2020 election. It was, the following year? I mean, it was, I believe, a state race, and there were a number of ballots, mail-in ballots, that had come in without the date, which is required on the return envelope, and you're not; those are supposed to be invalidated. And Pennsylvania said, "Well, no, we're going to count them anyway." And this was the Supreme Court Tuesday invalidated the ruling by the lower court that involved the counting of those undated mail-in ballots. A decision that the Third Court of Appeals back in May from the 2021 election of a judge there that ordered the state to count, I believe it was 257 mail-in ballots that did not have the necessary date on the return envelope. So the lower court said count them. Then the Supreme Court said no. You've got your election rules. You can't count them. But I guess Pennsylvania says, no, we're counting them anyway.
So we may be in trouble with that in future elections if they're not going to pay attention, correct?
If they're not going to follow the rules, yeah. So, I mean, they do say this is probably going to mean new lawsuits are going to be filed to bar the counting of undated mail-in ballots in future elections.
Wow. Okay. I got a little more understanding now because I didn't quite catch it all, and I was wondering what
I miss? I think they were trying to say, well, the 257 ballots, they wouldn't have been enough to make a difference or change the outcome or something like that. But that may have been the case for that election. But if they're going to count ballots that are supposed to be invalidated in the future, which that's the concern, that could happen, you got to follow the rules.
Right.
Yep.
Yeah, man. Okay. Well, I appreciate it. And like I just wanted to tell you mainly, like I said, maybe I can catch Chris next time. I figured he'd be in on Friday, and I just totally blew that one.
He was supposed to.
You guys have a great birthday, man.
Thank you so much, Michigan Madman. Have a good weekend. You're going to be doing some racing this weekend?
No, this is Madman Mike out of Missouri.
Oh, not the Michigan man. I'm sorry. I stand corrected. My apologies.
No, you're good. You're good, man. You're good. Have a good weekend, brother.
Thank you, Madman Mike. Okay, I just thought it was the Michigan Madman. He's probably going to be doing some racing. Let's see. Back to the case he was talking about there, Pennsylvania. The lower court, that's that third court of appeals, ruled that the date requirement was immaterial. There's no reason to exclude the ballots that had previously been set aside because of the lack of dates. However, the Supreme Court vacated that decision, ruling that the lower court must dismiss the case as moot. Now, that's not expected to affect the election results, as I said, in this particular case. The Department of State certainly should update their guidance according to the attorney in the case that lost in the lower court's ruling. But at the end of the day, elections are administered by counties, and counties will need to assess what the state of the law was. Pennsylvania's acting Secretary of State said her department is reviewing that decision. They will provide guidance to the respective counties accordingly. Now, she did say on our website right now, the current guidance is for counties to count ballots that are missing a date or have the wrong date. As far as the impact on what happened with the Supreme Court, I'm not able to comment any further, she said, but what I can say is we will evaluate and update the guidance as necessary. And again, lastly, that means there's going to be lawsuits filed to bar the counting of undated mail-in ballots in future elections. That's where that stands. Hello to Craig this morning. Sent me an email. Steve, talking about inflation, prices. When we moved into our new house back in 1963, fuel oil was 18 cents per gallon. Coal was $12 a ton. I just paid $320 for a ton of coal. Yeah, 1963, though. Such a long time ago. I wasn't born yet. Birth date, October 15, 1964. So celebrating the birthday tomorrow. It's 844-844-3388, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel.
As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com. Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Hey, not in my backyard. That's the mentality so often when it comes to truck stops and travel centers. Proposals to build new locations. And the latest is, how do you pronounce it? Herculaneum, Missouri. Herculaneum, Missouri. Residents there trying to halt a Love's travel stop, according to a petition on change.org. Residents of the Providence subdivision do not want Love's to set up shop there. Not in my backyard. Do it somewhere else. As of yesterday morning, the petition had nearly 1,200 signatures. The petition claims the type of environment travel stops like theirs brings, with drugs, prostitution, crime, and noise, we would not like that addition to this area. Some residents point out that there's already a Quick Trip in the area. According to KSDK, some residents may raise money for legal help. If approved, though, the Love's travel stop would be situated off I-55 in Herculaneum. A roundabout would be created to deal with the truck traffic. Landline reached out to the city's board for comment. As of yesterday, no response, but Love's did send a response stating Love's places stores in areas that are easy to access for customers. And the business zoned area, we're doing our due diligence off an I-55 that fits that. This location would provide a safe, clean stop for drivers accessing the port nearby. We're excited to join the growing community and bring with it the job opportunities, economic impacts, and community giving of a new location. So we're looking forward to meeting with the community to collect input on things like food offerings that might be available and address some of the local concerns there. But yeah, the not in my backyard mentality. Hello, good morning, Gilligan.
Yeah, good morning, Steve. First of all, I want to wish you a happy early birthday along with the princess. And I want to shout out to Eskimo Mom. Today is her birthday.
Oh, okay.
But you also share a birthday with my wife, Marianne.
Okay.
Her birthday's tomorrow also. Yep.
All right.
Kind of interesting how many people. Now, one person there a little bit ago said their birthday's tomorrow, too. And they're significantly older than you or my wife. So, yeah. Yep. Well, I tell you what, GMA-B News is back on the case, Steve. I got talked to my reporter this evening, the sex maniac. You know that Pappy was talking about rolling cigarettes there the other morning. You remember that call?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, well, come to find out, he went down there and checked into it. He's back at it again. He's rolling doobies.
Oh, boy.
And guess what? Him and Rambler was spotted over there raiding the Kroger for snacks. So, you know, that's why that screwed up call happened last night, just before mine last night. Yeah, I think that was Happy, and I think him and Rambler's been down there smoking the devil's lettuce.
Mm-hmm.
That's what my reporter found out. And just remember, GMA and B News, we are almost as accurate as CNN.
And
thank you for taking my call.
That ain't saying much, is it? Almost. Hey, what else in the mix? A couple of other industry headlines we'll get to here. I might could play the audio. It was the video was captured. The moment the truck was struck by a train doing 50 miles per hour in Texas. According to the video description, a train hit a truck that was stuck on the tracks in Fabens, Texas. The truck was hauling an oversized load on a lowboy trailer and had been stuck on the tracks for 10 minutes before the train even got there. The train was doing approximately 50 miles per hour. The cargo on the trailer weighed approximately 50,000 pounds. Ultimately, the train's engine derailed but stayed upright. The trailer and the cargo, a total loss. Amazingly, there were no injuries, but again, all caught on video. But with 10 minutes of time passing, is there not a way to notify an oncoming train that something's blocking the tracks? It's incredible. 10 minutes after the fact. Our number, 844-844-3388. What do you say, Ron?
Hey, thanks for taking me back. I drive for a little company out of Reading, Pennsylvania. I don't even know where that's at, but anyway, he's got a handful of trucks and a handful of NASCARs and Indy cars and road racing cars, and he owns Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Y'all probably know who it is now. But when we've got rid of those DVIR books, for the daily vehicle inspection report, they added it into our electronic log. And one of the items to check at the bottom of those two pages, one for the truck and one for the trailer, is a checkoff box for that spotted lanternfly.
Yeah.
I don't know what that has to do with the vehicle condition to me, but now I'm not an intelligent caller, but when did the fuel prices start going up?
You mean originally or what? Most recently or?
Well, yeah, most recently. Past couple of years, right? And doesn't that coincide with the inflation rate going up?
Absolutely, yes.
Now, I'm not a rocket scientist, but they're trying to work on the inflation problem. Well, isn't there a little connection there somehow, some way? But anyway, that's all I got. I just wanted to bring that up about that spotted lanternfly. I kind of, after you reported about it, I can see why, but it just never did click on what that had to do with my vehicle condition. Maybe because it's out of Reading, Pennsylvania. I don't know. Anyway, thanks for taking me back.
What they're wanting you to do, Ron, is they're wanting you to you have to check your vehicle and look for any of those spotted lanternfly egg masses. You're required to check your vehicle to remove the egg masses.
I guess, but I don't. how would you even? I don't even know what they look like. I'd never even heard of it until they put it into our ELD. I'd never even heard of it.
Any company,
any
company that rolls up into that region, all these quarantine areas, and any company that runs trucks in or through there, someone at the company is supposed to go through this spotted lanternfly training session, and then it's supposed to be passed on to the drivers. They're supposed to let you know what they look like from the nymph stage all the way up to the fully grown. And then the biggest concern is they lay these egg masses on any hard surface. They'll lay them on your vehicle. They'll lay them on your trailer. And then you're leaving Pennsylvania, you're headed to Ohio, you stop in Ohio, and boom, you just transported the darn things to the next state. That's what they're wanting you to look for. A lot of headlines about the lanternfly right now. It's 2:00 in Plysville, Maryland, and we're patrolling the vineyards looking for the spotted lanternfly. If we don't destroy them, they will destroy us. Yeah, this is a guy that runs a vineyard there. Been in the wine business for a family business for more than 300 years. He said, this is the most destructive insect. Yeah, they love the vineyards, but I'm looking at the clock here. Got to get our news break here. Yeah, inflation numbers, gas prices. Yes, definitely one of the biggest contributing factors to inflation is fuel prices. More to come after this, though. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News with Tim Berg.
Nicholas Cruz was spared the death penalty by a jury for the murders of 17 people at a Parkland, Florida high school in 2018. Instead, the jury decided to recommend he spend his life in prison without parole. Prices continue to rise according to the September Consumer Price Index, but the year-over-year increase is slower than reported this summer. While appearing on Fox Business, Texas Republican Congressman Kevin Brady says he believes inflation will continue to be a problem in the United States.
It's clear we're going to see high inflation. It's persistent, and right now there's no end in sight.
The Democratic-led January House Select Committee investigating the January 6th attack on the U.S. Capitol voted to issue a subpoena to former President Donald Trump for testimony and documents. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Okay, from the start.
Acerola cherries.
Alfalfa leaf, aloe vera, apples, banana.
Beets, bell pepper, broccoli. Blueberries, blackberries, cranberry.
We make Texas Superfood from 55 raw, vine-ripened fruits and vegetables.
Pineapple, sweet potato, papaya, parsley, pear, peach.
In a capsule or a powder, one daily dose of Texas Superfood delivers the healthy benefits of 55. Count them, 55 fresh fruits and vegetables, and you can see them all on TexasSuperfood.com.
Raspberry, spinach, the nutrients that we need on a daily basis.
Thousands of people benefit from taking Texas Superfood every day. Shouldn't you be one of them? Doctors, pharmacists, nurses, and your grandmother all recommend that you eat more fruits and vegetables every day. So if you can't, won't, or don't, Texas Superfood is made for you.
TexasSuperfood.com. It's borderline shocking how much energy I have. I hope you use me for the TexasSuperfood.com.
Join us on TexasSuperfood.com.
TexasSuperfood.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code OvernightDrive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right. It is 844-3388. Hello to Soma Kaleidoscope. Happy birthday. Enjoy the Japanese restaurant you mentioned yesterday. As far as the president's mental capabilities, time to invoke the 25th Amendment, Section 4, regarding presidential secession and disability. Yeah, they've been talking about that for forever and a day. I don't know when will the time come, right? I was thinking a couple days ago that I'm remembering back prior to the election, and once Joe Biden became president, I think I made a prediction at the time that he wouldn't make it halfway through 4 years. I might lose that. I might lose that wager because. Hanging in there, right? We shall see. Hello to Daniel on board this morning. Robert says, Steve, I'm back after 30 days. Had the weight loss surgery, I believe it was on the 15th. I've already lost 50 pounds. Boy, that's more than a pound a day, man. That's a pound and a half, right? All right, good luck with that. Keep up the good work. Happy birthday from Timothy. My birthday's actually Wednesday, he said. All right, well, happy birthday to you in advance. Aloha from Honolulu. Sarah checks in with 79 degrees at 7:20 p.m. Visiting my one of two sons in the Navy, one in Pearl Harbor on a submarine and one on an aircraft carrier in the Middle East. My husband listens to your show all the time while he's driving nights. All right, enjoy your time with the visit there in Honolulu. How about that? Good to have you on board, Sarah. And thank you to your sons for what they do, serving our country, right? Eskimo Mom talking about the railroad crossings. Many railroad crossings have numbers posted next to the tracks for emergencies, or 911 should be called immediately if there's a safety issue. Yeah, I thought that was the case. Maybe this was a crossing. There was actually a law enforcement officer there at the scene prior to the arrival of that train coming through. His cruiser was parked right there just behind the truck that was stuck on the tracks. He had to get in the cruiser and back it up because the train was coming and it wasn't stopping. I breakdown of communications, I guess. Oh, well, back to the phones on a Friday. Good morning, Eagle. How's your week been?
Yeah, it's going okay. I'm out here on the road right now. Yeah, I want to talk about a couple of things, Steve. First of all, I want to talk about situation that's going on in California right now. Luckily, I'm gonna talk about trucking game first, and then I'll get into this politics. But first of all, they got something going on. I looked at a YouTube video today about California and truck stops. They really only have one truck stop in the LA area, Los Angeles area, which is Ontario, California, a TA and a Petro truck stop. And I've told you this for a long time, Steve, that like I said, my company doesn't go to California anymore, and I'm glad of it. If I never step foot in the state of California again, it's a good thing. But out in California right now, the truck stops, it's bad enough that these guys charge you to park in their parking lot at the Petro and the TA in Ontario. But now the truck stops are filling up because there's a lot of trucks going into the LA area. There's not enough parking for all the trucks. So truck drivers are parking their trucks on the side of the road in front of the truck stops. So now the city of Ontario, they decided to take it upon themselves to start ticketing trucks and even towing trucks. I can understand towing a man's truck, Steve, if the guy parks his truck there and is not in the truck, he's in the truck stop, or maybe he went shopping at a Walmart or whatever, and he come back and towing the vehicle. I can understand that. But now they had a nerve now to tow a man's truck while the man is inside the truck. They will knock on your door and tell you to get out of the truck, and then they will tow your truck off while you stand there in the middle of the street and watch them tow the truck off. Wow. And then you got to pay $500 to $1,000 to get the truck back. That's totally ridiculous. It's too easy to knock on somebody's door and tell the man to move his truck. You give him a ticket if that's what you want to do, but there's no reason to tow somebody's truck if the driver is inside the truck. That's just a money grab. And like I said before, truck drivers should have done that a long time ago, Steve. They should have boycotted California a long time ago. And like I said before, just the fact alone, and that's all that really needs to be said about California, is the speed limit is 55 miles an hour. And I've told you this over and over and over. There's no reason for speed limit to be 55 miles an hour in the state of California. That is a 1960, 1970 speed limit, and it's totally ridiculous, and especially when you're traveling across the desert, across 10 or Interstate 40 to get into the major cities of California. And they expect somebody to run 55 miles an hour all the way across the desert so they can keep California. Like I said before, if I never step foot in that state again, it's a good thing, not a bad thing. Now, let's move on to this freedom of speech. And I've told you this before, Steve. Anybody out there who says that they disagree with me, you can disagree with me all you want. I know that America, we're one or two steps away, Steve, from being a North Korea or China or any other country that silences people that speaks out against the government. Okay, now you've seen what happened to Donald Trump. This is a former president of USA. This man can't even use social media. He can't even use Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, or none of these other places. So if it can happen to Donald Trump, I promise you it can happen to you. Okay, so Donald Trump even tried to start up his own company, Steve, called Truth Social. I don't know if you went over this or not, but he finally got the go-ahead. They figured out a way to block Donald Trump from getting his message out by saying that they wouldn't allow him onto Google, wouldn't put him onto their application. They finally approved that yesterday. But like I said, it's just a matter of time before they take Trump off of that. The minute he says something that they don't like about Joe Biden, the military, the government, or whatever, Donald Trump will be immediately taken off of social media, whether he has his own company or not. So like I said before, when you see what they've done to your program, Steve, with YouTube and all these other things with people that say certain things. So I'm not going to argue with anybody who says that we have freedom of speech in America, because I know we don't. And like I said before, all you got to do is look at Donald Trump, and you got a clear answer to that question right there. And I thank you for taking my call tonight.
All right. Have a good weekend, Eagle. Be safe out there. About 18 before the hour. All right, clear lines at 844-3388 on a Friday morning. You turned on the lights on the little cruiser there. You like that? That's a replica of my son's patrol car. And I got my care package this past day, Moose. I guess your son stopped by at some time this past afternoon. I was obviously snoozing, but I guess that's my little birthday present there. Put it down there for a visual impact right there at the bottom of the Eiffel Tower. That's 2 15-packs of Blatz beer. So that means, you trying to do the Blatz Splats thing for me for my birthday? Is that a special birthday gift? Thank you so much. I do appreciate that, though. Thank you. And it is 844-844-3388. I had to break away there for the news, talking about the spotted lanternfly. They say while it's not exactly known how many of these things are feasting on crops across the country, according to a research professor of entomology at Penn State University, it could be in the billions, he says. These destructive lanternflies have spread across the country, hitchhiking, clinging to the wheel wells of cars, catching a ride on planes or trains as they lay their eggs as they go. Let's see, one vineyard owner in Kempton, Pennsylvania, was among the first to experience the devastation of these things. They cover the entire trunk, and you get to the point where you can't even see the trunk anymore. It's just side-by-side lanternflies all sucking the juice out of your plant. It eliminates the plant's ability to ripen fruit and store carbohydrates over the winter, and most of the death occurs the following year when the plant doesn't wake up in the spring. Spotted lanternflies feed on the vines themselves, not the actual grapes or fruit. Now, it's been 4 years since lanternflies began decimating his particular vineyard. For quite a while, we thought we were just going to be out of business. The 15% of the vineyard that we lost translates to about 30,000 bottles of wine per year and about $525,000 worth of product a year that's taken out by these lanternflies. He first wrapped the vines in white nets to try to keep the insects from getting to them, then resorted to spraying insecticide on the trees, surrounding the vineyard when the nets didn't work. It's not successful completely, but we did reduce the insect bloat, at least in our vineyard. But our greatest concern is the spotted lanternfly will ultimately invade the vineyards in California and New York's vineyards, which are the largest in the country. It's not a matter of if, it's just a matter of when. You'd think they'd be certain. Does the spotted lanternfly have any sort of a natural enemy that they could put in place there to try to take them away, take them down? It is 844-844-3388. We shall return on a Friday back into the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com. Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All right, there you go. That is our number. Lines available. Representative Michelle Steele talking about the inflation, the latest numbers yesterday. As Captain Ron mentioned, the impact of pump prices. One of the, big contributor to higher inflation numbers. I said, as soon as OPEC made the announcement of the 2 million barrel per day cut, I said prices at the pump are going to start rising. And it'll take a few weeks. It may take a month, but that will, in short order, be reflected in the inflation numbers. Yeah, the numbers were up yet again in September. And as the prices at the pump are again skyrocketing, 38 cent per gallon increase in the price of diesel fuel, national average just last week. Yeah, here in a few weeks, when they get to the October inflation numbers, guarantee you'll see that reflected in those numbers. The last thing, the very last thing that this administration wants to see as we head into the midterms. Michelle Steele says everybody, all voters want lower inflation and lower gas prices. Yeah, those issues, the top issues are inflation and gas prices. Now you go back to 2020. Crime was the hot button issue across the board in the state of California. Yeah, she said Democrats at the time were trying to defund the police, recall? Now, she's a first-generation American born in South Korea. She said that the large Asian American population in California, they care about the same issues as everyone else. That's one reason for the shift away from the Democrat Party, she says. I heard there's a gas station right now that has hit $8 per gallon in this state. I sent a letter out to Governor Newsom to suspend the state's gas tax. Well, rather than suspending it, they raised it from 51 to 54 cents per gallon. Asian Americans, she said, are hardworking people, but the Democrats don't seem to appreciate them. You know where they think the money comes from? Taxpayers' pockets. She said, the problem that Democrats have with me is that I'm a first-generation American. I have an accent. I speak Korean as my first language, Japanese as my second, and English as my third. I have achieved the American dream. Maybe they're jealous about that. This Inflation Reduction Act, it is a joke, she said. Yeah, they touted that law out the same day that the government announced inflation was at 8.2% in September versus the previous year. The Inflation Reduction Act, she pointed to the 87,000 extra IRS agents that they're calling for. That's a joke, she said, because the IRS is supposed to train people, help people, customer service, and they're supposed to help taxpayers. Yeah, auditing is not the way to go. That's actually just going to hurt the middle class. But I shared earlier the latest Trafalgar poll that says if those prices at the pump are going up again, most voters said that rising gas prices will make them more likely to vote Republican in the upcoming midterms. The survey asked the question, how would rising gas prices impact your vote in the upcoming 2022 midterm elections? 54.4% said they would be more likely to vote Republican. 32.8% said they'd be more likely to vote Democrat. 12.7% said, I'm not sure how that might impact my vote. Now, those numbers do shed some light on the president's desperate attempts to hide from voters the impact of these far-left energy policies. According to the president of the Convention of States, which partnered with Trafalgar's group to produce this latest poll, from recklessly depleting the strategic oil reserves to pressuring OPEC countries to postpone their cuts through the November elections, it is clear they are playing politics with our pocketbooks. That is both bad politics and bad policy. The results were clearly split down party lines. The vast majority of Republican voters saying they would be more likely to vote for the GOP. The vast majority of Democrats saying the same about their party. Now, the independent voters, most independent voters, were more likely to vote Republican if gas prices rose. 55.5% of independents said more likely to vote Republican. It was a mere 21% more likely to vote Democrat, and 23% of independents not sure about the impact of gas prices, what that would have on their particular vote. Yeah, independents more and more have become the key. Yeah, the key to who's going to move on, winning or losing the elections. That's the swing voters. Hey, good morning, Pappy. Happy Friday.
Happy Friday, Steve. I wish you a happy birthday, but it ain't your birthday yet.
Almost.
Steve, I just got off the phone with my attorney, and he advised me that we have a good lawsuit against anybody out there that would slander Pappy's name and on unverified reports that I was partaking in the devil's lettuce.
Oh, yeah?
So, what is this? JPMQR Enterprises?
Yeah, right. Uh-huh. Yeah.
I think that business might be in jeopardy, Steve. If I lose any security clearances over this, I got a good case. I will own that company. I know its worth has to be in the multi-pennies.
Exactly.
And I'll share the wealth.
You'd be lucky if they're lucky to be worth a nickel, a plug nickel, no less.
Yeah. Hey, on to more important things. Steve, you were talking about the Saudis, right? And we've talked about this for the last couple nights. Bongino talked about it a little bit in his podcast. I might just relitigate some of this. But so Biden goes over there, crawling, begging to, increase their
output.
they kind of give him the family-friendly double barrel finger and say, no, not going to do it. Biden comes out, makes another remark. What do they do the next day? Double down and say, well, not just 1 million, we're going to do 2 billion now. We're going to decrease.
And that you're talking about the remark when he said, the hot mic when he said, nobody F's with the Biden. And the Saudis pretty much said, you know what? Yeah, they do. Yeah, they do. We're not going to cut a million. Hey, we're going to cut 2 million barrels per day. F you.
Right. So now Biden asked them, hey, if you're going to do this, do me a favor, man. Wait till after the election.
Yep.
What do they do, Steve? What do they do? You just announced it on your show. The Saudis put out a statement. The Biden administration has asked us.
Yep.
And they give them the double barrel middle finger again.
Nobody F's with the Biden. They're literally effing with him every day right now, and it's not good for him. Hey, well, I got to pause there because we're to that top of the hour. We'll get our news break here. Come back with more. I see 5-7's been out. Well, you must be in a bad cell zone. He's in and out, dropping. Keep trying again. It is 844-3388.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairDog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
At Hot Shot Secret, we listen to our customers. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time. Our fans call it EDT.
I'm Nathan from Ellisville, Mississippi, and I drive a 2017 Ford F-350 Power Stroke. I've been using Hot Shot Secret EDT every tank for almost 3 years, and I've seen about 1.5 to 2 miles per gallon increase in fuel mileage.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Hey there, listening friends. I want to remind you, don't forget you can get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by simply using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
USA Radio News with Tim Berg.
I'm disgusted with our legal system. I'm disgusted with those jurors.
Dr. Ilan Hafdef is a father of the victim of the Florida school shooter, a Florida jury returning a sentence of life in prison without parole for the 2018 Parkland, Florida school shooter Nicholas Cruz. The judge still needs to formally issue the sentence next month. The prosecutors are requesting that victim impact statements be taken into account, and the judge says they may do this prior to the formal sentencing on November 1st. The Democratic-led committee investigating last year's Capitol attack is voting to issue a subpoena to former President Trump. Trump can refuse to comply with the subpoena or invoke his Fifth Amendment right to refuse to answer questions by committee members if he chooses. With the midterm elections fast approaching, new inflation numbers are out.
Consumer Price Index data released Thursday morning showed that the consumer prices climbed more quickly than expected. That's bad news for the Federal Reserve as it tries to gain control with higher interest rates. Overall inflation climbed 8.2% in the year through September.
more than what economists recently surveyed by Bloomberg expected. From the West Coast, USA, Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
On Thursday in Brussels, Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin called the People's Republic of China the most consequential geopolitical challenge the United States faces. When asked if China is a threat to NATO and not just the United States, Secretary Austin said they have more pressing issues right now, but that the allies should be concerned.
It has, the military capability to challenge the status quo in a number of places, and so we see that as a longer-term challenge.
Thanks for listening. We are USA Radio News.
Mike Lindell and MyPillow offering the BOGO extravaganza right now on a whole slew of MyPillow products. Now you can find all sorts of great deals on MyPillow bed sheets, Giza Elegance MyPillow, 6-piece towel sets, Roll and Go Anywhere pillows, much more, all priced buy one, get one free. Go to mypillow.com/USA, use promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175 and find you some great MyPillow products. They're all available. Oh, by the way, you can also get Mike's book absolutely free with any purchase, but you have to go to mypillow.com/USA or call 1-800-951-8175 and make sure you use the promo code. The buy one, get one extravaganza going on right now at mypillow.com.
Prosecutors argue Darrell Brooks drove his SUV through a Christmas parade in Waukesha, Wisconsin last November, killing 6 people and injuring dozens more. As the trial continues in Waukesha, the tension between Brooks and Judge Jennifer Duro continues to rise.
I'm going to keep going. I just think the jury deserves to hear.
Mr. Brooks, I'm instructing you to stop making those statements.
Brooks faces 76 charges, including 6 counts of first-degree intentional homicide. Each of those counts carries a mandatory life sentence. 2 police officers are dead, and another was seriously injured during a shooting in Bristol, Connecticut, as police responded to a domestic violence call involving 2 siblings. Bristol Mayor Jeff Cajano says the city is feeling overwhelming pain and loss.
We're united in immeasurable grief for those hero officers, for their families and friends.
Game 2 of the American League Divisional Series between the New York Yankees and Cleveland Guardians is being postponed due to bad weather. The game will be made up tomorrow at 1:07 Eastern Time, Eastern at Yankee Stadium. The Yankees currently lead the series 1-0 after beating Cleveland 4-1 on Tuesday. Week 6 of the NFL season kicks off with the Chicago Bears hosting the Washington Commanders. Kickoff set for just after 8:15 p.m. Eastern Time. For USA Radio News, I'm Tim Berg.
Technology lets you access a personal trainer from home, like on this exercise mirror.
Let's talk more squatting.
But to keep your hybrid workforce in shape, you need more than technology.
And kick. And jump.
You need PCs powered by Intel vPro, custom configured by CDW. Hardware-based security and remote management make it easy to protect and monitor PCs from anywhere.
Wait, don't turn me off.
Intel vPro makes secure remote management possible. CDW makes it powerful. Learn more at cdw.com/Intel Client.
Hey, looky there. It's a Friday morning. Yeah, we're about to close out another week of our $1,000 daily driver bonus giveaway. Let's get you your first keyword here on a Friday morning, which would be farm. F-A-R-M, farm. Your chance to win $1,000. Go to tncradio.live or use the tncradio.live app. Go there now, enter that keyword. It's that simple. You're registered to win. Listen for additional keywords. We'll have one coming up here about 2 hours from now. And then additional keywords, 10 a.m. and 7 p.m. Eastern Time. Good luck from TNC Radio and Hot Shot Secret. Your keyword is farm. All right, back on a Friday. For over 60 years, Sta-Bil has been your go-to additive when storing generators, collector cars, boats, lawn equipment, anything sitting around with gas in it for an extended period of time. Sta-Bil Storage keeps gas fresh for up to 2 years and combats corrosion in your fuel system at the same time. Store your engine the right way with Sta-Bil. All right, back to Pappy. We were talking about the Saudis just putting a thumb in their nose, flipping the big middle finger to the Biden administration.
Steve, there's 2 points to this. Number one, that just shows they have no respect for this man, none. Number two, it shows that this was all political. I think one of your callers said this the other night. He could turn this all around and get this gas flowing immediately. So, the other night I mentioned that he was threatening to withhold some air support. Those were just some rumors I was hearing, but
right.
He's actually on video now talking about threatening to withhold military support to the Saudis.
In retaliation.
Right.
And that's the word.
In retaliation.
They just said in the news, they used the word quid pro quo. What led to an impeachment, one impeachment of Donald Trump? It was quid pro quo with Ukraine, correct?
Steve, I thought threatening to hold any military support, right, for a political favor, I thought that was an impeachable offense, Steve.
Mm-hmm.
Right? They did Trump twice, man. On the phone call to Ukraine. Which there was no quid pro quo, but this is obviously a quid pro quo. Where's the media on this, Steve? Where's the calls for impeachment on Biden for this? Nowhere. Nothing. Oh boy.
Yep, and
right.
We're not gonna hear anything. I mean, you'll hear it from the likes of Bongino and maybe Hannity and maybe Tucker and a few others, but you're not going to hear it in the mainstream.
I'll tell you what, Steve. If we take the Senate and the House, Roger that?
Yes, sir.
We got to save this country, Steve. We got to get out and vote this November 8th. If we can take the House, take the Senate, let's just see what happens, shall we?
Yep.
Back to my lawsuit real quick, Steve.
Oh, yeah.
I'll tell you, man, he should have took the advice of, what was that 60 Minutes reporter that was interviewing Trump? Steve, I can't remember the life of me, when he was trying to tell her, hey, man, they spied on my campaign. Sir, we don't put out unverified facts, sir. What was her name?
I can't
remember that interview?
Yeah, I do remember the interview.
Marianne and Ginger are going to no longer be in Gilligan's lap after this lawsuit comes out. Just saying.
It's going to get ugly.
And advising to stop trying to communicate with me. Okay? Just throwing that out there. Don't try to kiss and make up. All right? All right, Steve. Everybody be safe. Hammer down. Get out and vote.
I gotta do it. Yes, sir. Headline. Once again, what the left attempted to accuse Trump of, Biden has actually done. With the Saudi kingdom confirming the quid pro quo that Joe Biden admitted on CNN. An attempt to coerce Saudi oil production in return for military aid. I'm not sure what lawyers here are worse than the others, is that Joe Biden is begging the Saudis to help when he himself could change our energy woes overnight, as Pappy just said. is that he's so inept at backroom deals as to have him blow up in his face in international media? Or is it perhaps that this very quid pro quo kind of deal is the very thing the left has tried for years to accuse Trump of, but failed in every turn? And now, where are their voices? Cue the crickets. The fecklessness of this administration, this is Ed Martin this past day, said the fecklessness of this administration is astonishing and embarrassing for our nation. I can only hope this latest international blunder will serve as part of the wake-up call that Americans need. This puppet administration and their blundering handlers are dismantling our economy faster than ever before. They're spending us blind on foreign conflicts and even careening us toward the brink of totally unnecessary nuclear war. This has to be stopped, and quickly. This November must be not just a red wave, but a wave of common sense and pro-American values. Americans need to see the boomerang effect of the left's own conduct as they perpetrate the very crimes they accuse others of. This realization needs to sweep the ballot box next month and sweep the values of transparency and integrity through both major parties in Congress. We need Congress and our courts both to check and balance the foolishness of this cartoonish administration and bring their work against America to a screeching halt. Again, guy by the name of Ed Martin this past day. Pretty much that's it in a nutshell. It is 844-844-3388. Looks like you're holding the cell a little longer this time. Hello, 5-7.
Yeah, it's hard to shout out from the swamp, you know. And I think some of the towers down here are still suffering from the storm. So, just west of the I-95 corridor in South Carolina. I posted on, that's what you can do down here. I ain't seen since midnight but one car. When you started talking about the crossing, I just come up to one, stop the truck, get out, walk up, took a picture of the on the crossing guards, and pasted it on posted it on your fan page.
Okay.
But yes, they will have the 800 number. They will have the identification of the crossing and location. And if there's any mishap, don't screw around. Head straight for that sign. The ones we got are moderns. Ones they replaced look not much bigger than 3 times the size of a military dog tag. And on some of the old ones, you come out of the woods sometimes and you come in at an angle and you cannot see past the trees. I mean, it's that tight. I'd have to get out, walk up and it would be rated way high, and the log trucks had done rutted out coming up to it. So it would have been easy to rip off a set of dolly legs, screw up the railroad track, or do something like that. But you get out, walk up there, and especially down along the line that runs along with the I-95 on the west side of the highway, because that Amtrak be coming down there doing 90 miles an hour, and when you're trying to get up over that rail track blind, that's a nervous thing. So I'd get out and stand there, and at night you can see 3 miles in any direction. It's a straight line, but even back in the woods, they have a power line that run alongside the track. You look for the nearest power pole, and they will have a tag that will give that information. All these crossings have the ability to where you get the number, stand right there with your phone, unless there's a train coming. Just do your best, call the number, and then get away from there. So I'm backing up. I did catch moms, and that's the truth. I just want to expand on what you said. Pappy, man, you backed that one up to the dock and stopped a quarter inch from hitting it, buddy. I mean, you brought the load in. That's exactly right. Biden's admitting to his crimes of selling out our nation's reserves for political purposes. I mean, you couldn't do it anymore. Make it more clear than that. So, but even if we win, come this election, if Mitch McConnell is still sitting in that seat, we're still in trouble. So, all these crimes, there's nobody going to fight for the American people. They're all paid. They're all paid. By China apparently. In the corporations. What Eisenhower said: be careful of the military-industrial complex. And I believe everybody up in the Beltway are getting so much money from the industries. They're not really worried about what we say because they're the ones that will give them the money and get them the votes. But you struck it out of the ballpark here, Pappy, and I enjoyed that call. But that's all I called about is everybody needs to know about them crossing markers. And if you're in South Carolina and you come up on a railroad track, you assume that that's a high-speed rail, and because them Amtrak's come through just about every country. Other than that, we're going to sit back and copy the mail. And happy birthday to y'all! Have a great weekend, and we'll be copying the mail and waiting for our notification come Monday morning.
All right. All goes according to plan. We'll be back at it. There you go. All right, got you coming up here. Knuckle Buster on the line. And room for you at 844-844-3388.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years. I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
If you're looking to improve fuel economy, try Hot Shot Secret's Everyday Diesel Treatment. Order at hotshotsecret.com. And don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive to get 10% off your entire order.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Let me see here. Pappy, I believe, is Leslie Stahl the one you were talking about? Matt said it was Leslie Stahl with 60 Minutes. Sounds right. Hello to Kentucky Kid. Good morning, Overnight Drive crew. Steve Summers, a very happy birthday, Steve. Enjoy your day and your weekend. In Louisville this morning, got 2 more loads to get done, and I'll be headed to northern Kentucky. But Kentucky Kent is listening in. Thank you much. Hello to the Ice Cream Man. I'm in Los Angeles, California right now, and I have to agree 100%. There ain't much for parking, and the speed is way too slow. L.A., California tonight, having my fun driving around town. All right. Eskimo Mom said parking's always a premium in L.A., and it doesn't help that drivers park any which way they can. Yeah, block driveways, streets, and pitch a fit when they get caught and get ordered to move. Very good. Hello to Norm, checking in from north central Kansas on a clear night, 44 degrees, and the furnace is on. I finally had to fire it up. Got a little chilly, huh? Dan, good morning, Dan. What's happening this Friday morning at the computer? Come on, click it again. Hello, Dan.
Well, every time I'm in, Steve, every time I'm in a halfway decent mood, I hear something, Biden stoops to a new low, and this is the lowest of all the lows, because you've heard of stolen valor, and this wasn't for his son, this was for him. And he tries these lies on people because he thinks they're stupid. He thinks that he is the only one. They won't be able to figure this out, or they won't check it out. And how would you like to be? I mean, no one wants to be a parent, brother, sister, father, wife, obviously, child of someone who lost their life in the line of duty and defending this country, despite the idiotic wars that they've gotten into. He still answered the call of duty. But now he wants to claim this for his own family, not for his family, for himself. And how low can you go? And this stuff is, they pass this stuff off that he's old, that he's 79 years old. He's been doing this his entire political career, his entire life. I mean, it's, he was a truck driver. Oh, he was this. He was born with Puerto Ricans. He was done this. There's no 3% Puerto Rican population. He was this, he was that. Okay, some of that stuff you can laugh at. It's pretty sick. It's idiotic. But as someone mentioned, what do you think our foreign leaders think around the world? I mean, what are they supposed to think of a person who's a pathological liar? And he only did it because he thought he could get by with it. But as you and your earlier callers say, it'll never be challenged. It'll never be checked. You know what I'm saying? Even Fox News. I'm talking the regular news program. They're not going to check it. They're not going to bring it up. They're not going to challenge somebody in the Democratic Party on this behalf. And as I said, as far as the Saudi Arabian deal, yeah, that happened. But do you honestly think anybody in this country cares about that?
Right.
Anybody in the mainstream media? You got to be out of your mind. I mean, I'm obviously, my ire, it's towards Biden. He's an evil man. Name me a week that he's not proclaimed something new about killing unborn children. Name me a week when he hasn't done that. But my ire is towards the rhinos. I'm talking the Chris Christie's, obviously Liz Cheney. I'm talking Asa Hutchinson in Arkansas. Two candidates running in Arkansas, Sarah Huckabee Sanders and Bozeman for U.S. Senate. Neither of them have their sitting Republican governor as an endorser of their campaign. And I'm kind of thinking that's the decision of the candidates not to put him up there. He's another one that's an anti-Trumper. And, of course, the Bush family. And as somebody said, McConnell, as 57 said, McConnell, you damn right. He needs to go. And but this is extremely, I know of people, I know of two individuals that I actually grew up with, both of them, that lost their lives in Vietnam. And what are they supposed to think when this guy just thinks it's so cheap he can lie about it? Or what are the members of that military unit going to say? Is this how they're always going to remember? the President of the United States addressing them and lying to them? I mean, I don't know if you threw me off because I said something. Who are you going to believe, Putin? You know, I guess you're worried about what he called the Facebook jail. But, you know, so Putin's lying. Now Saudi Arabia is lying. You understand what I'm saying? I mean, when does it stop? And I, like I say, I feel so bad. And no wonder his kids are screwed up. Mm-hmm. Biden's kids. I mean that. How would you like to go through life where you've got a father that's a pathological liar? And you don't know what to believe. I mean, it's going on, and I don't, but I don't know who said it, but you don't honestly think somebody's going to challenge this, do you, Steve? I mean, this will be old news.
Now, like I said, it won't even be mentioned by the mainstream, but yeah, you'll hear it on a few programs, Hannity and Mark Levin, and there'll be a few Bongino, but only the conservatives hear that, and the majority of the people, the overwhelming majority, won't hear a word about it.
Right, and the other thing, I'll let you go, Steve, but the other thing was, where's this ever going to end in Ukraine? I mean, as Tucker said tonight, we got some guy with a T-shirt telling us what kind of money, how much money we should send over every other week on the national news, or making speeches. When does this end?
Yeah.
This country is $30 trillion in debt. I think if you put it to a vote, I don't think most Americans really want this to continue. I mean, I've never seen anything like it, and I hope Donald Trump becomes the next president, but I hope one of the first things he does is we're done with Ukraine. Good luck, you're on your own. You understand what I'm saying?
You can only we can only do so much. Yeah, we can't actually go in and fight the war, but I mean, at what point do you say that? I mean, we've done all we can do. I get that point. I got to get news break. Bottom of the hour, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News with Tim Berg.
U.S. inflation eased slightly in September to 8.2%, but underlying prices, excluding energy and food, accelerated to a new 4-decade high of 6.6%. The president saying he's doing his best to tame 40-year high inflation.
Before I begin, let me say a few words quickly about today's report on inflation. Americans are squeezed by the cost of living. It's been true for years, and folks don't need a report to tell them they're being squeezed. Fighting this battle every day is the key reason why I ran for President of the United States.
The Democratic-led January House Select Committee investigating the January 6th attack on the U.S. Capitol voted to issue a subpoena to former President Donald Trump for testimony and documents. The Dow gaining 827 points on Thursday to close at 3038. This is USA Radio News.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-568-2790. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-568-2790. That's 800-568-2790. For $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with, call Big Lou at 800-568-2790.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, We engaged The Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at HotShotSecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Yeah, somebody give me the definition. Quid pro quo. CNBC. That would be considered mainstream. President Biden angry at Saudi Arabia for the decision to slash oil production with their OPEC allies against our wishes, the United States wishes. And he has made no secret of it. With the global economy on a knife edge and energy prices high, Washington sees the kingdom's move, which was made in coordination with Russia, as a snub and a blatant display of siding with Moscow. Now, we all know about the announcement. All right, for this, Biden said in an interview on CNN Tuesday that there will be, quote, consequences. Didn't go into detail as to what those consequences might be, but what are the Biden administration's options? And could they backfire? The U.S.-Saudi relationship was founded, broadly speaking, on the principle of energy for security. Washington has, since the 1940s, provided billions of dollars in military and security aid to Saudi Arabia. But in recent years, particularly since the Obama administration began making some diplomatic inroads with Iran, Riyadh feels that our commitment to their security has waned. The truth is neither side has been holding up their end of the bargain for nearly 10 years now. According to the associate fellow at the Royal United Services Institute in London. And what we are seeing, I think, are permanent fractures in the relationship that are based on the fact that neither side really sees as much strategic benefit in the other that they did, say, 20 years ago. Saudi Arabia's OPEC oil production cut is a direct reflection of that. Now, the potential consequences Washington could put into action would include cutting military support to the Saudi kingdom and going after OPEC with U.S. laws. Indeed, just one day before Biden's comments, Bob Menendez, chairman of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, demanded that the U.S. immediately halt all cooperation with Saudi Arabia, including weapons sales. Quote, the United States must immediately freeze all aspects of our cooperation with Saudi Arabia, including any arms sales and security cooperation beyond what is absolutely necessary to defend U.S. personnel and interest. Again, the quote from Menendez. In an earlier interview with CNBC, Senator Chris Murphy of Connecticut asked, what's the point of looking the other way when the Saudis chop up journalists and repress political speech inside the kingdom, if when the chips are down, the Saudis effectively choose the Russians over the United States? Even Bernie Sanders weighed in, demanding in a tweet that, quote, if Saudi Arabia, one of the worst violators of human rights in the world, wants to partner with Russia to jack up U.S. gas prices, it can get Putin to defend their monarchy. We must pull all U.S. troops out of Saudi Arabia, stop selling them weapons, and end the price-fixing oil cartel. Those are all Democrats making those statements. Beyond withholding military aid, there are some legal channels we could pursue. We touched on this the other night. The NOPEC bill, which, again, really could backfire. Consequences for us and for crude prices. The decision, which constitutes OPEC and its non-OPEC allies like Russia to cut the output, underscores the extent to which the Biden administration has lost the ability to influence any Saudi OPEC policy. The White House has few good options despite Biden's warning of consequences after the cut. U.S. lawmakers' threats of antitrust legislation, removing military assets from Saudi Arabia, while both courses of actions would send a clear message. Indeed, they could backfire for both us and for crude prices. Both of those options would threaten to break the already fraught relations, which would probably in turn put even more upward pressure on both oil and fuel prices. In short, a breakdown in U.S.-Saudi relations would mean a higher Middle East risk premium for the global oil market. It would mean higher oil and higher fuel prices. This is the opposite of what they're trying to achieve, especially ahead of the midterm elections. It's also key to note the 2 million barrel per day cut will not, in fact, be as big as the headline figure. Several member states have already been far short of their individual production ceilings. Iraq, for instance, has indicated they'll be producing more than their assigned quota. There you go. What is the definition? Quid pro quo. Hello, Knuckle Buster. Happy Friday.
Happy Friday to you too, Mr. Summers. And a happy day before your birthday day too. So I'll send you a text in the morning there. I sent you a YouTube video tonight. You need to watch that sucker. It's an interview of Dolly Parton there. That woman is one class act to me, buddy.
Yeah.
And the jokes she pulled on Jimmy Fallon, it is hilarious, man. And you'll even like it there. I got a medical BAC from the hospital. They wanted $1,000 for me being in the hospital back in March. Well, the last time I was in the hospital was back in 2000. We got to investigating on it, and it was for a mammogram, Steve.
Oh, really?
I didn't even know I didn't even know my hooters had gotten that big. Or I should say boobs, man boobs.
Yeah.
anyway, they wanted us to carry it back over there to the hospital and get them to put Tennessee's name on there as the patient instead of mine. So I thought that was hilarious as hell there.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, well, let's talk about that song I introduced to you last night there. Marty McGuire, Natalie Maines, and Emily Strayer. That's the Dixie Chicks, or you can call them the Chicks now, whichever way you prefer it.
Right.
They explained at one of their concerts that White Trash Wedding is based on Marty's relationship with her boyfriend, Garrett. She was pregnant at the time, but they were shortly due to be married there. And I don't care about the political. They look good, too. They sing a lot better than I do. Ain't that right?
I think we can all vouch for that, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, here's some other people that I don't care about their political beliefs, but I still listen to them. Willie Nelson.
Yeah, for sure.
Merle Haggard. We don't smoke marijuana in Muskogee. Well, he smoked it to ease his pain, physical pains in life at the end of his life there. So, and he's even got a. This is back from 2016. Merle Haggard will have his own weed brand, and there's a New York Post article about it there. So, I mean, that don't sound too conservative to me to be smoking that marijuana. When you become rich, you get a whole different set of problems. Money will not ease your pains in life. It only causes more there, right?
I'd say that's a true statement.
Yep. I want to make a correction from last night. I said being called a LGBTQUSF would upset me more than being called a redneck good old boy Bubba or white trash. Well, that's not true. I wouldn't get upset at all. I am a full-fledged lesbian, Steve. And according to Bubba and Earl, Steve is too. I don't hear you laughing over that one.
I resemble that remark. I do, yes.
I know that right. Well, I read today that a Arkansas man who sunk a hole-in-one to win the golf club's challenge, he files a lawsuit after the prize was withdrawn. He sunk a hole-in-one on number 10 hole. The prize was a $53,000 Ford F-150 4x4 Super Crew. That's $53,000 prize and growing every day as long as President. Hey, so the car dealership said no, that was just for show out there, and the country club said no, now they got a big lawsuit going on over it there. Looks like nobody had any integrity to do the right thing. And this story here just ain't right either. Back in 2001, a former Hooters waitress filed a lawsuit against the restaurant after she said she was promised a new Toyota for winning a beer sales contest. However, she was given a toy Yoda, Y-O-D-A, the Star Wars character, instead there. And I bet her Martha White flour sack bloomers were in a wad when they gave her that stuffed toy, see? But all turns out well there. In 2002, the waitress and the restaurant reached a settlement. I bet they got a non-disclosure agreement out of it, too. And, well, that's all of my bull on it for this go-around. We'll speak at you later on tonight there if I get a chance there.
Have a good morning. Thanks for checking in. Hey, well, she got a Toyota. How did they spell it? Did they spell it T-O-Y-O-D-A or O-T-A? It's a Toyota. There you go. Let's see. Going back to Dan's comments. Follow up there. Pappy chimes in. Do you remember when Biden had to pull out of the primaries when he was running back in the 80s, claiming that he finished top of his class? You had this and that. The news media back then, not corrupt like today, looked into it, actually called him out on his lies. As a result, he dropped out of the primary. Dan's right. He lies constantly and has been all his life. It's due to insecurity. I think he does it now because he knows he can get away with it and won't get called out by the mainstream news media. But we're not as talking about finishing in the top of your class. I mean, this guy's in charge of the nuclear codes. His blundering statements caused an escalation that could lead to a nuclear holocaust. Yeah, I do remember finishing top of his class, which was far, far from the truth there, right? Hello to Scooter this morning. Diesel at the Loves in Sydney, Ohio this morning, $5.93. Did you see where the feds are now investigating Elon over his purchase of Twitter? Yeah, he's threatening the left's iron grip on speech, so they're going after him. Not even the wealthiest person in the world is exempt from this out-of-control, weaponized federal government. Indeed. Scooter, thank you very much. And Wheelchair Dave, I've mentioned your name several times in recent weeks. Hadn't heard from you in a while. I was getting kind of worried. Hope everything's going okay. Email. A happy yet sorrowful email. On the happy side, wishing an early happy birthday wishes to you and the princess. On the sorrow side, kind of remembering Bradley Mays. He always wanted to go on a cruise with y'all. Yeah, besides being a co-worker, he really admired you. God bless the Mays family. Have a great show, Steve. From Wheelchair Dave, Lake Lanier, Georgia. Yeah, I remember we were actually in the lobby of the hotel there in Fort Lauderdale when I got that phone call from Dave at the time saying that Bradley had passed away that morning. Yeah, hadn't shown up for work. Yeah, we were actually set, what were we? Embassy Suites we were at there, having breakfast, and everybody's kind of in shock. I said, wow, I just said farewell to him in the parking garage like the previous morning. And we were smiling, laughing. He said, have a great time, and I'll see you in about a week. And you never know, right? Guess that was the anniversary of that, huh? Thank you much, Wheelchair Dave. Good to hear from you. Hope all's going well. It's the Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years. I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
If you're looking to improve fuel economy, try Hot Shot Secret's Everyday Diesel Treatment. Order at hotshotsecret.com. And don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive to get 10% off your entire order.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
right, about 9 before the hour. What else going on? Hello to Rick in Columbus. Waking up on a Friday morning. Hope everybody had an awesome day yesterday. Hello to Seen Unseen, joining us via YouTube. Morning, Steve. And any Trump voter. Hope you have a fantastic birthday weekend with friends and family. It's been a great week of shows. Thank you much. Seen Unseen. Soma says, yeah, Biden finished bottom of his class. Yeah, no surprise there. Even Corn Pop had better grades than Slow Joe. All right, it's Vic on a Friday morning. Vic, how's your week been?
Hey, good morning, Steve. I guess I'm going to beat up on Joe Biden a little bit more, but originally when I called there, I said it was about the agreements that we had between Saudi Arabia that all of our different defenses, and we have the military base over there, the air base, and the Crown Prince. I've forgotten his name. He was an F-16 pilot. I'm sure he's too old for that anymore. But we had a lot of agreements, and I remember the company that GE made Lexan for all the different aircraft and everything, and the Saudis bought out that plant, Mount Vernon, Indiana. So I don't know if they're still on it or still making their Lexan. And I'm really curious where Joe Biden is coming from, if he really knows everything that's going on in the world, or is he so scared of the Republicans taking midterms that he's lashing out in all directions. And I was just thinking OPEC, and the OPEC plus 2, that includes Russia, and I'm pretty sure it includes Iran. It includes Venezuela, and probably a few more in there that I've forgotten over the years. But a lot of his, I don't really understand why he just doesn't say, we're going to start drilling and we're going to make sure that Europe has the energy they need and the energy that we need, and not be dependent on other people to furnish energy to them. But that's just kind of his way. And to kind of jump, it's in the transportation sector and the energy sector, which both affect inflation. Whenever they were talking about the low Mississippi River levels and barges getting grounded and all that, I was kind of curious as to why it was causing all the problems, because when that happened back in 1980, the railroads jumped in there and started running unit car trains. That's 100-car trains. And basically each unit car train, each rail car carries about 3 truckloads. So if you have a 100-car unit train, that's 300 truckloads. And a barge will carry about 50 truckloads per barge. If it's a big box barge, if it's some of the smaller ones, a little bit less. But that's just kind of round figuring whenever you're trying to do things at the top of your head. So, and New Orleans was set up to take it. I think a lot of the other ports are set up to take, a lot of the East Coast ports are set up to take 100-car unit trains. So I was looking that up today to figure out why it was creating the problem. Well, the problem is the railroads have had a grievance placed against them through the Department of Transportation for not furnishing adequate service to the grain elevators. So when I looked at everything, it's like, what exactly is our transportation secretary doing? I don't know. And Biden appointed him not because of his ability, but because of his sexual preferences. And that's just the story of this whole Biden administration. And if they keep stumbling around, they might create a nuclear war just with their words. And the fellow that mentioned Vietnam, whenever that was going on, and we were supposed to go over there, but we didn't. China had threatened that if we started to win in Vietnam, they would intervene with nuclear weapons. And that so frightened LBJ that he wouldn't allow the use of the bunker buster bombs because they were made from depleted uranium.
Mm-hmm.
And he said that China might say, well, that's nuclear, so now we can go nuclear. So his LBJ's answer to that was to get these tunnel rats to go down into the tunnels that the Japanese had built, and we knew where they were. The Japanese had originally built them, and then the Vietnamese started using them. So the point I'm trying to make here is that LBJ was so frightened that the Chinese might use that as an excuse to use nuclear weapons that he was very careful of his words and what he did. And that's with the situation over there with Putin saying he is going to use tactical nukes. It's like, well, what exactly are tactical nukes? And they're not really getting to the bottom of that. And so we shouldn't even be.
And at the same time, you got to question: is it saber rattling? Do you take his threat serious? It's the top of the hour. We got our news break here as we roll into a Friday, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With the product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News with Tim Berg.
I'm disgusted with our legal system. I'm disgusted with those jurors.
Dr. Ilan Hafdef is a father of the victim of the Florida school shooter, a Florida jury returning a sentence of life in prison without parole for the 2018 Parkland, Florida school shooter Nicholas Cruz. The judge still needs to formally issue the sentence next month. The prosecutors are requesting that victim impact statements be taken into account, and the judge says they may do this prior to the formal sentencing on November 1st. The Democratic-led committee investigating last year's Capitol attack is voting to issue a subpoena to former President Trump. Trump can refuse to comply with the subpoena or invoke his Fifth Amendment right to refuse to answer questions by committee members if he chooses. With the midterm elections fast approaching, new inflation numbers are out.
Consumer Price Index data released Thursday morning showed that the consumer prices climbed more quickly than expected. That's bad news for the Federal Reserve as it tries to gain control with higher interest rates. Overall inflation climbed 8.2% in the year through September, more than what economists recently surveyed by Bloomberg expected. From the West Coast USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
On Thursday in Brussels, Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin called the People's Republic of China the most consequential geopolitical challenge the United States faces. When asked if China is a threat to NATO and not just the United States, Secretary Austin said they have more pressing issues right now, but that the allies should be concerned.
It has, the military capability to challenge the status quo in a number of places, and so we see that as a longer-term challenge.
Thanks for listening. We are USA Radio News.
Mike Lindell and MyPillow offering the BOGO extravaganza right now on a whole slew of MyPillow products. Now you can find all sorts of great deals on MyPillow bed sheets, Giza Elegance MyPillow, 6-piece towel sets, Roll and Go Anywhere pillows, much more, all priced buy one, get one free. Go to mypillow.com/USA, use promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175 and find you some great MyPillow products. They're all available. Oh, by the way, you can also get Mike's book absolutely free with any purchase, but you have to go to mypillow.com/USA or call 1-800-951-8175 and make sure you use the promo code, the buy one, get one extravaganza, going on right now at mypillow.com.
Prosecutors argue Darrell Brooks drove his SUV through a Christmas parade in Waukesha, Wisconsin last November, killing 6 people and injuring dozens more. As the trial continues in Waukesha, the tension between Brooks and Judge Jennifer Duro continues to rise.
I'm going to keep going. I just think the jury deserves to hear.
Mr. Brooks, I'm instructing you to stop making those statements.
Brooks faces 76 charges, including 6 counts of first-degree intentional homicide. Each of those counts carries a mandatory life sentence. 2 police officers are dead, and another was seriously injured during a shooting in Bristol, Connecticut, as police responded to a domestic violence call involving 2 siblings. Bristol Mayor Jeff Cajano says the city is feeling overwhelming pain and loss.
We're united in immeasurable grief for those hero officers, for their families and friends.
Game 2 of the American League Divisional Series between the New York Yankees and Cleveland Guardians is being postponed due to bad weather. The game will be made up tomorrow at 1:07 Eastern Time, Eastern at Yankee Stadium. The Yankees currently lead the series 1-0 after beating Cleveland 4-1 on Tuesday. Week 6 of the NFL season kicks off with the Chicago Bears hosting the Washington Commanders. Kickoff set for just after 8:15 p.m. Eastern Time. For USA Radio News, I'm Tim Berg.
Technology lets you access a personal trainer from home, like on this exercise mirror.
Less talking, more squatting.
But to keep your hybrid workforce in shape, you need more than technology.
And kick. And jump.
You need PCs powered by Intel vPro, custom configured by CDW. Hardware-based security and remote management make it easy to protect and monitor PCs from anywhere.
Wait, don't turn me off.
Intel vPro makes secure remote management possible. CDW makes it powerful. Learn more at cdw.com/Intel Client.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Well, that midnight hour is upon us, and we really got a long, long way to go. How will we stay awake? Thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Summers on the radio. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. How about you, Big Ed? Are you with me? Break 1-9 for that Carolina monkey gouger. Negatory there, hillbilly. You clean clear to Flagtown. Let it roll. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather, whether rain or sleet or even snow. It don't matter if you're in New York or Dallas. We'll catch it all on that Steve Summers show. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Let's start this overnight drive.
Yeah, let's get it started. Welcome into a Friday for our friends on the West Coast as we cross over the midnight hour. 12:08 Pacific, 3:08 in the Eastern time zone, into the wee early morning hours. There you go, 14th day of October. Update on the mighty Mississippi, which in some areas is not all that mighty right now. More like the mini Mississippi. Yes, supply chains across the heartland facing some significant constraints that could have far-reaching consequences into the winter. Starting with the farmers in the plains, expanding all the way to the overall economy of the country. Exacerbating the problem is the low water levels of the Mississippi right now, the crucial waterway for commerce, which has seen a steady decline in flow in recent months, a lack of rain. A river gauge in Osceola, Arkansas, 35 miles north of Memphis, reported a water level of 8.8 feet below what is considered low stage this past Wednesday, the fourth lowest water level since they started keeping records in 1927. At least 8 barges ran aground earlier this month. Now, since then, the Corps of Engineers had been out there dredging, trying to get the barge traffic moving again, which we shared that last evening. The risk of barges, though, getting stuck continues to rise with each passing day as the water level continues to fall, putting additional stress on shipping and barge traffic that rely on the largest U.S. river for transportation. It is an integral part of the overall economy, and in particular for agriculture. According to the Soy Transportation Coalition, commerce on the Mississippi River accounts for 92% of our agricultural exports, 60% of all grain exports, and 78% of feed grains, soybeans, and livestock exports. The timing could not come at a worse time for farmers, though. We're in the middle of harvest season. This is the most active time. Barge traffic is the heaviest means to transport these agricultural products. If this cannot be controlled, grains cannot get to the ports to transport to other countries. This could hurt farmers and the overall U.S. economy. Between September 12 and October 12, the Mississippi River watershed received just a fraction of the rainfall average for this time of year. Memphis, Tennessee did not measure 1/100th of an inch of rain in that month's time. Wow. Now, they tell AccuWeather concerns over the current situation started to rise nearly a year ago during the winter of 21 to 22, when there was a scarcity of snowfall across the Mississippi River Basin, as they refer to it. That's the entire region that flows, the tributaries that flow down the Mississippi. A lot of water you see on the lower Mississippi originally starts as snowflakes in Montana. It just continued to compound. Of course, summer, we didn't get much rain. So we are now in the situation we're in today. Explained that the demand for crops like soybean, and corn is well exceeding the supply due to the reduced shipping on the Mississippi River. Now, barges can still navigate the river, but they're having to be loaded with fewer goods to keep afloat in the shallow water. That means the shipping method is less efficient right now, which will ultimately lead to higher cost. How much higher? Well, right now they say we're seeing in excess of over a 100% increase in the cost of barge freight now versus this same time a year ago. Yeah, what often happens in the agricultural industry, and what's certainly happening right now in these costs, that they're largely being passed on to the farmer. How is that passed on to the farmer? Well, in the form of a lower price that those farmers are often offered at the point of sale. Now, shipping is not at a halt, but it has been significantly reduced. The Corps of Engineers normally moves 30 and 40 barges at a time. That number's been cut to 25 barges due to the extremely low water levels. According to the Associated Press, barge traffic has been reduced by just shy of 40% compared to what would be the norm over the past 5 years. Need some rain, need some precip in that Mississippi River watershed region. Well, all right, let me get back and finish up with Vic here on a Friday. Yes, sir.
Yeah, Steve, I have to kind of brush some cobwebs out of my head, but they used to be when you wrote a contract for a barge freight, it was either freight on board, FOB, or CIF, CIF, cargo insurance and freight down to primarily New Orleans. There were a couple other Gulf ports down there. But anyway, when you wrote it for FOB, they used to always say what's called no wham. That's White, Arkansas, or Missouri River. And when you were mentioning it, snowflakes in Montana, that's where it comes down through the Red River watershed and then into the Missouri River. And I think the last lock on the Mississippi, if I remember right, was down around Alton. It might be below St. Louis, but I think it's before St. Louis and before the Missouri empties into it, then it goes on down and picks up the Ohio. And just as a tidbit of information, the Ohio is actually bigger than the Mississippi at that point. It's the only river to where that when they conjoin, that the larger river doesn't became the name of the new river. They just kept the Mississippi River all the way from up in Minnesota to the Gulf. But anyway, that when you were mentioning the freight rates on the barges now going up, but I was looking at the Waterways Journal today. There, just kind of glanced at it, and some of the freight rates are actually, the tariffs are up about 3 times as much on some of the other commodities. So when you get to that point, that's when the rail gets competitive. And like I said, it was kind of, when I was looking at that, I was trying to figure out why they didn't have more, rail stock rolling that way. And I know they have that whole rail strike thing going on. They haven't settled that. But then I found out that about 6 months ago, a lot of the grain elevators had a problem with the railroads not furnishing them adequate service, and actually had filed a complaint with the Surface Transportation Board. And not to pick on Biden or Mayor Pete, but man, this is rapidly turning into the gang of can't shoot straight. And then to add to that, I listened to Mark Levin a little bit tonight, and he said that the vanadium battery technology, which is far better than lithium, because lithium carbonate, that's went through the roof too. But anyway, somehow that has been sold to China. And there was the companies here in the United States had filed a complaint on that over 6 months ago, that technology was supposed to stay within the United States. And our Energy Secretary, Jennifer Granholm, she's the one that approved that sale. So it's not only they're lying, it's their total actually incompetence. I mean, the technology today is so much better than what it was way back when I was like the traffic clerk and grain buyer and all that stuff. And I was thinking about our grain superintendent. Of course, he was a good old boy out of Missouri and a river rat, and he liked to get on that Marine Band radio more than he needed. But when he didn't have anything to do, he was on there, hollering at the different towboats coming up the river, wanting to know about, the different levels and how things, were going on the Ohio and the lower Mississippi. But he had to keep track of all that stuff. Now they have an app for it. I was just thinking about all the time he spent writing stuff down, and I did too, as far as making sure that we could deliver the grain that we needed to. And the technology is so much better. And the point I'm trying to make is that back in the day when we had to do a lot of bill of ladings and everything else by hand, and now everything is so computerized.
Mm-hmm.
I don't understand, with all the tools they have today, how do you get that inefficient or that incompetent? So I'll just leave you with that, Steve.
Well, very good, Vic. Thank you very much. Always a history lesson. Industry headlines: Colorado Department of Transportation asking drivers to expect delays on I-70 in Glenwood Canyon this past day. Crews were working to remove a truck that had crashed on Wednesday, 118-mile marker. Near No Name, there's a place called No Name. A truck ultimately was left perched on top of the concrete barrier. Colorado State Patrol's Eagle Division said the truck driver did suffer significant burns, and he was actually pulled from the burning rig by some good Samaritans, but that was quite the mess this past day. That was on into the evening hours, should be cleared up by now. Meanwhile, BNSF, the railway company's been ordered to pay out hundreds of millions of dollars to truck drivers following a class action lawsuit alleging the company violated Illinois privacy laws. Wednesday, a federal jury ruled in favor of the class action suit that includes 45,000 plus truck drivers after a 1-week trial in Chicago. According to the local Fox affiliate there, BNSF was ordered to pay out $228 million or $5,000 per truck driver after the jury ruled that the company violated the Illinois Biometric Information Privacy Act of 2008, which requires written permission to gather a person's biometric information, including retinal scans and fingerprints. According to the lawsuit, though, BNSF required truck drivers to submit to fingerprint scans prior to entering Chicago area rail yards. The suit argued that BNSF did not tell the truck drivers that they would maintain those scanned fingerprints in a database. The lead plaintiff said, "I'm really happy with the verdict today. All I ever wanted was justice for the over 45,000 truck drivers and myself." After the verdict came down, this whole collection of biometric data was something I never felt comfortable with. BNSF, for their part, said they disagree with the jury's decision. They will appeal that. And lastly, a NASCAR hauler involved in a crash this past day, or actually Wednesday afternoon. Riley Herbst, number 98 Xfinity hauler, owned by Stewart Haas Racing, involved in a single vehicle crash in Flagstaff as they were headed to Las Vegas Motor Speedway. Sprint car driver Spencer Hill shared video of the crash aftermath, saying, "Holy cow, not good." The 98 Xfinity hauler involved in a bad wreck Flagstaff Wednesday afternoon. Stewart-Haas Racing did release a statement on the crash, which says earlier today, the number 98 Xfinity hauler of Stewart-Haas Racing was involved in a single vehicle accident on I-40, a few miles west of Flag. The truck had 2 occupants. Neither of them were seriously injured. One was actually taken to a local hospital for treatment and observation. No other details regarding their condition was available. We can confirm speed was not a factor in the crash. While the rig was damaged, the hauler and its contents appeared relatively unscathed. Plans were for this past day to hook up a new rig to the hauler and get it to the Las Vegas Motor Speedway in time for this morning's Xfinity Series hauler parking at 10:30 a.m. Pacific time. So here coming up later this morning. And we'll return into this Friday, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com. Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Yeah, I've been telling you on and on. We continue to extend the public health emergency, the COVID emergency. Why do they continue to extend that over and over? Well, it's because it gives them a lot of broad powers to do things that otherwise the government would not be able to do. Do you feel... It's been, nearly a month ago, the president on 60 Minutes said the pandemic's over, then immediately they started walking it back. Dr. Fauci said, well, no, it's not over. We're not where we need to be. Remember the president, you shouldn't have said that. We can't say the pandemic's over, because if it's over, we have to end the public health emergency. We had the Canadian authorities, eliminating all the COVID vaccine requirements for cross-border and all that. They requested that we reciprocate, which we have not. Sounds like we're not going to anytime soon. The Biden administration yesterday said the public health emergency will continue. It's now extended through January 11th as we brace for a spike in COVID this winter. This decision, as the pandemic has faded from the forefront of many people's minds, daily deaths and infections are dropping. People are not wearing masks. They're returning to schools, work. The grocery stores are pretty much, they say back to normal. This public health emergency, first declared January of 2020, has been renewed every 90 days since then. But it's dramatically changed how health services are delivered. That declaration enabled the emergency authorization of COVID vaccines, testing, treatments. It expanded Medicaid coverage to millions of people, many of whom would be at risk of losing that coverage when the emergency ends. It temporarily opened the telehealth access for Medicare recipients, enabling doctors to collect the same rates for those visits and encouraging health networks to adopt telehealth technology, virtual doctor visits, right? Since the beginning of this year, Republicans have pressed the administration to end this health emergency. The president, meanwhile, has urged Congress to provide billions more in aid to pay for vaccines and testing. Of course, the government ceased sending out the free COVID test in the mail last month. They say they ran out of money. All right, the administration said they will provide 60 days notice before it ends the public health emergency. So right now it's going to at least January 11th. If it's going to end then, they've said they'll give 60 days notice prior to that. So they don't want to relinquish those powers. That's all I can tell you. All right, get back to the calls coming up here. It is 844-844-3388. Plenty of room for you as we roll into a Friday. For over 60 years, Sta-Bil has been the go-to additive when storing your lawn equipment, boats, collector cars, generators, you name it. It's going to be sitting around for an extended period with gas in it. Sta-Bil storage keeps gas fresh for up to 2 years and combats corrosion issues in the fuel system. Store your engine the right way with Sta-Bil. There we go. News break, bottom of the hour on a Friday.
USA Radio News.
5 people were shot and killed, including an off-duty police officer on a northeastern Raleigh, North Carolina greenway. Mayor Mary Ann Baldwin.
At this time, what we can report is that RPD has confirmed 5 fatalities. One of them was an off-duty Raleigh police officer.
2 men in Missouri are accused of plotting to shoot migrants at the Texas border and broadcasting their plans on TikTok. The verdict is in.
Life in prison without parole is a Florida jury's recommendation for 2018 Parkland school shooter Nicholas Cruz. Governor Ron DeSantis says he disagrees.
You know, they used to do this. He would have been executed in 6 months.
From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
If you owe the IRS $10,000 or more in taxes, please listen to this important message. The IRS is aggressively hiring and quickly ramping up their tax collection team. Act now and protect yourself with a call to Tax Alliance. Don't let the money you owe the IRS keep you up at night and ruin your life. You may be surprised at how much having Tax Alliance on your side can protect you from the IRS collections and help you save thousands on what you owe. Here's what a customer had to say.
Tax Alliance did an amazing job helping me through a quite difficult situation, saving me tens and thousands of dollars that I would have been paying for many years to come.
Tax Alliance is rated A+ with a Better Business Bureau with no consumer complaints. If you owe the IRS at least $10,000 or more in back taxes, have unfiled returns, or have a payment plan and are still frustrated, call Tax Alliance now for a free consultation. 800-987-1097. 800-987-1097. That's 800-987-1097.
Tax Alliance, your tax resolution solution.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged The Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at HotShotSecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Good morning to the Dipsy driver out and about. Morning, Steve, and the best informed audience out there. Got a chilly 38 degrees. Heading for a high of 56 in mid-Michigan today. Finally getting to listen live, at least for an hour and a half. Everybody stay safe out there. All right, welcome aboard. Yeah, joined us just a few minutes ago. All right. Hello to Gary. Ace is on board. Said the northern border locked down like a prison cell block. Southern border looks like Black Friday at Walmart. Total chaos. It's about the truth of it. It's 844-844-3388. And Eagle, take two. What you got, Eagle?
Hello?
Yeah, Eagle, go ahead.
Okay, I wanted to talk about a couple of other things with the situation with Biden, but I want to talk about the Mississippi River. You had talked about that earlier. When I'm in Illinois right now. When I came across the bridge in Illinois here, you could almost see the bottom of the riverbed. In Illinois, where I'm at right now, like I say, there's definitely I've never seen the Mississippi this low, and I noticed that last week when I was down at Baton Rouge, Louisiana, when you cross the bridge over the Mississippi, there they have a Navy battleship that people can take, tourists can go look at it, and that ship didn't even have any water. It was completely on dry ground. All the water had dried up on that side of the Mississippi. So And Memphis is real, real bad. In Memphis, when you go to Memphis, you can clearly see that the water is not where it should be. And it looked like it's pretty dangerous route for a barge right now trying to go up to Mississippi. It doesn't look too good, So they bet that we have a little bit of snowfall in the north and some rain because the Mississippi is definitely not flowing the way it should. From what I've seen the last couple of times I've crossed over it, it definitely doesn't look good. But Steve, once again, it looked like Joe Biden. Well, like I say, they should have enacted the deal to get him out of the White House a long time ago. Like I told you, every week or every other week, it's another gaffe that this makes. The other day when he was talking to Snake Tapper, another loser on CNN, and before I get started on him, I wanted to say this, Steve, and I've been waiting a long time for this, as long as I've been talking to you or more. Finally, guess that loser, the biggest loser of them all on CNN television, Don Lemon, got his television show canceled. And that was canceled this week. He is no longer on the air on CNN television. Did you hear what I said?
Yes, sir. Yeah, I saw that. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's a good thing, not a bad thing. I'm glad that guy, even CNN, couldn't no longer tolerate that guy. And Donald Trump said it when he was in the White House. He said that those guys will go out of business when he leaves the White House. They don't have nothing to talk about because that's all they talk about. And I've told you this so many times. Donald Trump, 24 hours, 7 days a week on CNN television. And finally, Don Lemon ran out of things to talk about when it comes to Donald Trump, and now he's out of a job, and that's a good thing. And hopefully nobody else employs that loser because he's nothing but a garbage reporter as far as I'm concerned. So that made my whole week right there, Steve, when I found out Don Lemon was no longer employed by CNN. I'm very happy about that. Now, getting back on to good old Joe Biden, like I told you a couple of months ago, Steve, Joe Biden played the biggest trick on the American people that's ever been played, of the numerous tricks that he's played. American people, a couple of months ago, they were talking about the sky-high gas prices. Then they said, oh, man, Joe Biden must be a miracle worker. The gas prices are going down. They thought Joe Biden was doing the deal when all of a sudden Joe Biden was just playing you for a sucker. And like I said before, all he did was take the oil from the oil reserves that we have for emergency use. That's what he's been using for the past couple of months, and that's why the price went down. And now that he can no longer use that, they told him he couldn't use it no more. Now watch the price go sky high. Now, we'll see who Joe Biden blames on that, but we already know who he's going to blame. He's going to blame Vladimir Putin just like he did before when the price was going up high. Because, see, Joe Biden never takes the blame for anything. He never does anything wrong in his eyes. But here's the deal, Steve. Here's the deal with good old Joe Biden. His son, Hunter Biden, man, it's just really a shame, Steve, what they allowed this man to get away with. And you and I both know if Donald Trump's sons had even committed any kind of offense, even close to what Hunter Biden had done, that they still got Donald Trump. Even after 2 years, Steve, they still talking about January the 6th. It's just totally ridiculous. And Joe Biden, he hasn't had no court appearances, and he won't have none, and none of his family members. It's just a shame, the bias that's going on in America right now. So hopefully, like I said, like Sean Hannity said on his show today, Steve, November can't come fast enough, and I hope that American people will make the right decision and take over the Senate and take over these in Congress and get the Republicans back in power, because we can't take another 4 to 8 years of this deal, because the USA is going down the drain faster than I talk right now. And I thank you for taking my call tonight.
All right. Again, Eagle, have a good morning. Thanks for checking in. Be safe out there. Yeah, the January 6th committee. You notice how they're stretching this all out, and here we are now, just weeks from the midterms. Let's subpoena Donald Trump. That's the word this past day. Let's take it. You got to have Trump in the headlines leading up to the midterms, which drew immediate response from many Republicans. The House Republican Conference Chair, Representative Elise Stefanik of New York, says, quote, today's subpoena of President Donald Trump less than a month from the midterm elections is a desperate political ploy by Democrats and their mainstream media stenographer allies. The American people are smart. The Democrats' abuse of power will only energize the American people to fire Pelosi once and for all and deliver a red tsunami that will elect a historic Republican majority to hold Joe accountable. Ronnie Jackson of Texas tweeting his rebuke. The January 6th committee is out of control. Subpoenaing President Trump is a disgrace. They want to destroy Trump and every one of his supporters. They will stop at nothing. We must beat them in November. Andy Biggs of Arizona tweets, the committee was illegitimate, a political hatchet committee. Biggs says the illegitimate January 6th committee's vote to subpoena President Trump is a political hatchet job read by a political hatchet committee. This committee is illegitimately formed in violation of House rules, is organized to search and destroy perceived political enemies. Trump called out the timing of the subpoena, noting the unselect committee only subpoenaing him at the end because the whole thing was a bust. Why didn't the unselect committee ask me to testify months ago? Why did they wait till the very end, the final moments of their last meeting? Because the committee's a total bust that's only served to further divide this country, which, by the way, is doing pretty badly. Laughingstock all over the world. The Save America PAC spokesman accusing the panel members of partisan theatrics. Trump will not be intimidated by their meritless rhetoric. Thursday's session was the closing arguments, they say, for Liz Cheney and Adam Kinzinger, who have essentially been shunned by Trump and their party, will not be returning to Congress. Of course, Cheney lost her primary election. Kinzinger decided not to run. He saw the writing on the wall. All right, under the committee rules, the January 6th panel is to produce a report of its findings, probably in December. The committee will dissolve 30 days after publication of that report and with the new Congress in January. Can't make this stuff up each passing day. And that's true. This committee's been holding hearings for how many months now? Yeah, prime time specials, all made for television. But the very, very end of the day, on the final hearing, let's subpoena Trump himself. Hey, back to the phones we go here. Friday morning, who we got on the line?
Lightning Rider, happy birthday, Stevie. Happy birthday, man. I'll tell you. And you're right what you're saying. Just like Eagle said, we're going downhill fast, man. Got to put that brakes on Biden now. All right, man. You have a good day now.
All right, now. All right. Yeah, man. Have a good day. 15 before the hour. Hadn't heard from Philip in a few days. I think he called on maybe Monday morning. Hadn't heard from him. Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, down there on the Space Coast. Yes, SpaceX has stacked the Starship vehicle on the launch pad in South Texas for the first time since March. The Starship upper stage prototype, known as Ship 24, was stacked atop the Booster 7 super heavy first stage at the launch pad at Starbase earlier this week for the first time, according to the tweet from SpaceX on Wednesday. Ship 24 stacked onto Booster 7 using what they call the chopsticks system. on the Starbase launch tower, which now has, it forms the full 395-foot-tall Starship system. They're slated to launch on the first ever Starship orbital flight, which could take place as early as next month. This after a number of static fire tests and other work with Ship 24 and Booster 7, a full what they call wet dress rehearsal, a launch simulation that involves fueling the rocket, running through the countdown procedures, and the firing of all 33 Raptor engines on Booster 7 could come soon, according to a tweet from SpaceX. All right. Using clusters of methane-fueled Raptor engines, both the Super Heavy booster first stage and the Starship upper stage are expected to be reusable. Now, this is also the lander selected by NASA, selected for the Artemis program, looking to send astronauts to the moon for the first time since the 1970s. 33 Raptor engines. Can you imagine what the sound of that would be? Yeah, when they get this thing for an actual launch. Yeah, I think some of the other missions heard from miles with 33 Raptor engines. Just astounding. And we shall return into lines available at 844-844-3388 on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years. I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
If you're looking to improve fuel economy, try Hot Shot Secret's Everyday Diesel Treatment. Order at hotshotsecret.com. And don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive to get 10% off your entire order.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Yeah, speaking of the Mississippi, the not-so-mighty Mississippi right now, Big Sexy shared some photos this past day on my Facebook page. One is, let's see, a view from the west bank of the Mississippi River, looking at Memphis from Arkansas. Barely any water at all in that shot. Caption said, yeah, this is real. The sandbar is getting really big. Yeah, I mean, it's like there's nothing there. I don't know where any sort of barge traffic, unless there is maybe some water on the other side, not visible from this particular location. Next photograph is from I guess there's a place known as Tower Rock, which is normally very much surrounded by water on the Mississippi. The river has dropped low enough that you can actually walk over to Tower Rock and not get your feet wet or muddy. A guy who took this photo says, I only remember being able to do this one other time in my life. So a handful of photos there, but yeah, just water levels way, way down. Hello, Gilligan.
Thanks for having me back, Steve. Yes, Bucklebuster there a little bit ago said he was a lesbian. Well, according to the definition of a lesbian, it's a female that's attracted to other females, right? Well,
right.
Does that mean Knucklebuster's a woman trapped in a man's body? And does he normally dress the part, or what?
All I know is it means he's attracted to women, right?
Yeah, but it's supposed to be a woman attracted to other women. So I guess we know now the truth about Knucklebuster. Oh, boy. As far as Pappy's lawsuit, I'm getting worried. Because I'm running out of canned goods to pay my lawyer. I mean, this is getting expensive. You know, he'll do law work for food, but after a while, all those canned goods get expensive. You know. But GMA&B Enterprises has got a major announcement. Once again, this year we are sponsoring the Halloween party at Eskimo Moms. On the night of the 29th, we will be having a pumpkin hunt. We will have a bonfire. We're not sure what you're going to throw into it because the pumpkins didn't work out too good last year, but we'll figure out something. I will have bobbing for apples. Well, there's probably be some green alcohol injected into the apples, so that ought to be a little fun. And also, we're going to have the famous costume contest. All winners will be given prizes provided by GMA&B Enterprises. Yes, that's right. Got to be at Eskimo Moms on October 29th for the Halloween party. And Steve, I thank you for having me back. Hope to see you there.
I'll make plans now. Halloween's on a Monday this year, isn't it? It kind of sucks as a kid. Yeah, trick-or-treat, and then it's like, got to go to bed. Got school in the morning. Hated that when I was a kid. Chris, I'll be trick-or-treat on a Monday night. I'll be snoozing. I won't be out there, looking at all the trick-or-treaters and all that fun stuff. I'll be resting up for the overnight drive, leading into November 1, believe it or not. All right, plenty of room for you at 844-3388. Yeah, stories, the number of police shootings. The National Fraternal Order of Police yesterday releasing a statement after the latest shooting, 2 Connecticut police officers. Yeah, the fatal shooting. Anti-police rhetoric by some is placing our officers in greater danger. Bristol Police Sergeant Dustin DeMont, 35 years old, and Officer Alex Hamzy, 34 years old, died Wednesday after engaging in a shootout with 2 brothers who apparently placed a fake 911 call to lure law enforcement there. They called 911 about a domestic dispute. Now, they haven't released information about the motive of the suspect, 34-year-old Nicholas Brucher, who also died during the shootout, but Connecticut State Police said the preliminary information appears to point to the 911 call being a deliberate act to lure enforcement to the scene. In a statement this past day, the National Fraternal Order of Police say since Monday, at least 12 police officers have been shot in this country. A dozen in a week. The spewing of anti-police rhetoric by some political and media figures, as well as the failed policies of these rogue prosecutors and judges, are placing our officers in greater danger. This culture of lawlessness must stop, according to the Fraternal Order of Police. So there were 2 in Connecticut killed. You heard the Raleigh shooting this past day, which, the news break there, bottom of the hour, I believe the death toll is, did they say 9? The mayor at the time of that said 5 had been killed. One of those was an off-duty officer. That's 3 fatal police shootings in 2 days, back to back. It's just... All right, quick time out just ahead here, about a minute before news break, and we'll head into our final hour. Got a long way to go here, so jump on board. It's 844-844-3388. Been talking about the Army missing the recruiting goals, the woke culture in the military right now. Military Times, no less, the publication, the Military Times, this past day, report, Army missing the goal by 15,000 this year, 25% short of their goal, at a time when each of the services were struggling to meet their recruitment goals as well. Military recruiters have leaned on the tried and true factors to explain away what's going on. Yeah, low unemployment, a number of applicants up to physical, educational, behavioral standards, the lack of applicants. But the truth is, no one keeps detailed data on what's stopping the young people from actually signing up. Yeah, military leaders point to the perennial factors of competition from the private sector, the dwindling number of young Americans qualified or interested in the military service. But what is the real answer? We'll delve into that in our final hour here on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
PureFlow AirDog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow AirDog.
At Hot Shot Secret, we listen to our customers. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time. Our fans call it EDT.
I'm Nathan from Ellisville, Mississippi, and I drive a 2017 Ford F-350 Power Stroke. I've been using Hot Shot Secret EDT every tank for almost 3 years, and I've seen about 1.5 to 2 miles per gallon increase in fuel mileage.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook. Hey there, listening friends. I want to remind you, don't forget you can get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by simply using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
USA Radio News.
5 people were shot and killed, including an off-duty police officer on a northeastern Raleigh, North Carolina greenway. Mayor Mary Ann Baldwin.
At this time, what we can report is that RPD has confirmed 5 fatalities. One of them was an off-duty Raleigh police officer.
The Supreme Court turned down a request for former President Donald Trump to allow the independent arbiter vetting the documents seized from his South Florida residence access to a batch of roughly 100 documents with classification markings retrieved in the search. The decision came in response to an emergency request from Trump to allow the special master to examine the sensitive documents. The former president asked the Supreme Court to intervene in the legal fight over his handling of sensitive government records after the U.S. Court of Appeals for the 11th Circuit last month allowed federal investigators to regain access to the 103 records marked classified. 2 men in Missouri are accused of plotting to shoot migrants at the Texas border and broadcasting their plans on TikTok. The verdict is in.
Life in prison without parole is a Florida jury's recommendation for 2018 Parkland school shooter Nicholas Cruz. In Cape Coral, Florida Republican Governor Ron DeSantis says he disagrees.
You know, they used to do this. He would have been executed in 6 months. He's guilty. Everybody knew that from the beginning, and yet it takes years and years in this legal system that is not serving the interests of victims.
From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
This is USA Radio News.
You know, a lot of times you have to choose between something high quality or something that saves you money. But if you can get both, why not? Especially when it comes to health care. And that's Medi-Share. You get both. The typical family saves $500 a month switching to Medi-Share, and that's huge. But it's also true that people are way more satisfied after making the switch, too. The customer satisfaction rate for Medi-Share is double that of the typical health insurance plan. Double. It's because Medi-Share works. It's been around for more than a quarter century, and members have shared more than $3 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge PPO network, so yeah, really, you could save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care. If you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan you're happy with, you can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. Here is the number you need. Call 833-34-BIBLE. That's 833-34-BIBLE. 833-34-BIBLE.
Price inflation in the U.S. has reached 8.2% in the month of September. That's according to the U.S. Labor Department. The Consumer Price Index was up 0.4% in September compared to a 0.1% increase in August. Food, housing, and medical costs saw the biggest increase, while gas prices dropped last month. The Biden administration is stating that the COVID-19 public health emergency will continue through January 11th as officials brace for a spike in cases this winter. The decision comes as the pandemic has faded from the forefront of many people's minds. Daily deaths and infections are dropping, and people are returning to school, work, and grocery stores as normal, maskless. The public health emergency first declared in January 2020 and renewed every 90 days since has dramatically changed how health services are delivered. The District of Columbia filed a lawsuit in D.C. Superior Court against chemical manufacturer Velsico Chemical LLC, claiming it violated environmental laws by polluting a major waterway. The lawsuit developed out of a decade-long effort to clean up the river D.C. residents use for recreation and food. For USA Radio News, I'm Ellie Andrew.
If Ernest Hemingway was alive today, would he say this to you?
Shakespeare, Mark Twain, Edgar Allan Poe, all great writers. And after reading your book, I simply must add you to the list.
Wait, you don't have a book yet. So make a free call to Page Publishing. Turn your book idea into publishing gold.
800-215-6818. 800-215-6818. That's 800-215-6818.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF DPF Regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF Regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and Auto Stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, get that final hour underway on a Friday, TGIF. Yeah, tropical storm warnings issued for parts of Mexico this past day as Tropical Storm Carl. Yeah, really weird for a tropical storm. Carl is actually moving almost on a due south trajectory from north to south. Out of the Bay of Campeche. Carl's the only named storm at the Atlantic right now, but they tell us the season is far from over. Yeah, there are areas to watch for development in the coming weeks, but Carl came real close to being a hurricane. Maximum sustained winds had jumped to 65 miles per hour. Less than 10 miles from the Category 1 hurricane threshold, but it's kind of meandered over the same portion since it formed earlier this week, Tuesday afternoon. It's probably already hit its peak intensity, but actually drifting southward. Forecast to pick up momentum before landfall in southern Mexico. And very unusual locale for a landfall of a tropical system. Forecast to come ashore well to the east of Veracruz, probably sometime tomorrow, Saturday. Now, due to the rare southward track toward this part of Mexico, they say conditions may be more severe compared to a storm that forms and heads quickly to the north or west. The very slow movement of this thing will cause rough surf for an extended period across the shoreline of the southwestern Gulf of Mexico. All right, nothing to be concerned with here in the lower 48. I was chatting with Steve, formerly known as Nashville Steve, who now lives down there right along the Florida-Georgia line. He said, since Ian had come in, they hadn't really seen a drop of rain until Wednesday. All of a sudden, the heavens opened up, and it rained all day, he said. So it's almost like feast or famine, as they say. Hey, back to the phones we go. Final hour here. Hello to the big moose is on the loose.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Steve Summers. Happy birthday to you.
You guys sure as hell will never...
He's a jolly good fellow, for he's a jolly good...
Hey, wait a minute.
Oh.
With this cellular delay, fellas, we're not very euphonious, so we better just quit off.
You will never make a barbershop quartet. Good Lord.
That's like Barney Fife crying out for the city choir, wasn't it?
Yes, or worse.
Sound like a team of braying jackasses. Well, we just want to call and pass along the sentiment anyway, Steve.
Well, I appreciate the care package. Right in time for my birthday there, Moose.
Well, that's what I told Simon. I said, you better get, because I gave them to him last weekend. I said, you took Steve's beer over to it? No, I ain't made it over there yet. I said, his birthday is Saturday. I said, you make sure you get that beer over to him before his birthday. So he said he would, so I'm glad he come through for me.
He did indeed. I got one in the fridge and one on display here, Moose.
Oh, okay, good deal. Yeah, I told him, I said, don't knock on the door. I said, if you get over there in the afternoon, he's probably asleep. I said, if he's asleep, just leave it on the porch.
He did. That's exactly what he did.
Yeah, 'cause I told him, I know how it is to get woke up in the middle of the afternoon. I said, now, granted, anybody wants to wake me up in the middle of the afternoon with an armload of free blats, come on.
I said, now, do I have a time frame for consumption? That's 30 cans of Blatz Splats.
Well, you know, you not being used to the regular ingestion of Milwaukee Holy Water, you may want to hold it down to 3 or 4 at a session.
Okay.
You start getting up there to the 6-pack range, it might send your intestinal fortitude over the top. You know what I'm saying? You know, that Milwaukee Holy Water, that changes a man's genetic makeup, you know, over time, and once you start consuming good beer on a regular basis, it'll just change your whole metabolism, you know, and then you'll be fine.
Okay.
But you know, you drinking that champagne beer, you know, it may take it a case or two to flush you out to where you can start handling the good beer, you know.
I hear you.
But I'll warn you right now, if you drink 6 or 7 of them at one sitting, you'll be able to crap through the screen door without touching a wire. Yeah.
Now that would be that'd be something to look for. Can you see me sitting down Saturday night at the Hibachi Grill and with the Blatz Splats?
Hey, if that happens, blame it on the hibachi food.
Mm-hmm.
That Japanese food will run right through you.
Yeah,
You
boy.
go in there and tell the manager, say, y'all try to poison me. Look what I did to your bathroom. I demand you comp my check.
Food poisoning.
That's right. And we just sitting there talking. I said, and Big Sexy said, you know, we haven't called and wished Steve happy birthday. I said, well, we can fix that. So we did.
Here they are. Well, did I get it right, Steve? You said, was I correct? You said you hadn't seen a drop of rain since Ian came through until Wednesday. The heavens opened up.
Yes, sir. Downpoured all day.
Yeah.
But it was 2 weeks. We didn't have one drop of rain.
Isn't that something?
Yeah.
We
could just get that. We got a much needed rain, which is good. So.
Well,
it's been cold up here and windy, and I don't know. I guess it's supposed to be cold for us all weekend, Steve.
Yes, it is. Yeah, I don't see any rain in the forecast. We ended up. I mean, that front came through, and we got a bit of a sprinkle, but everything's still dry as a bone.
Yeah, I heard that. Well,
yeah,
I'm gonna have to break out the sweaters and boots for Bob Barker. He don't do cold weather too well.
Yeah.
Well, Steve, I'm sorry. It was 87 degrees on the Florida-Georgia line today.
Wow.
Yep. Beautiful day.
Well, we'll let you get the break there, Steve Marino. Tell everybody to keep it Twix and Spotted the solid sunny side up. All that jazz. And we are 10-10 till we do it again. Come on.
Well, one of these days.
Happy birthday, Steve.
You're going to have to give
Happy birthday, Steve.
a full
Happy
explanation. You're going to have to give a full explanation, Move, so the people out there that have no idea what an actual watermelon roast is, let alone what a reverse watermelon roast is.
Okay. A watermelon roast was something the Bose come up with, and he would get people believing that there was going to be a gathering someplace, and never intended of having any kind of gathering going on. So he would have something going on, and everybody would show up, and there wouldn't be nothing happening, and that was the big joke. And he did that, you know, quite a lot. And I won't lie, I was acceptable to the first one, but you know, after a while, everybody realized it was just a gag, and, you know, that's when the watermelon roast come up, you know, and everybody, it's a watermelon roast, you know, and then everybody kind of knew it was a gag, you know, but the joke is to make people believe it.
In the premise of a watermelon roast is, I mean, the whole funny story was everybody's supposed to bring a watermelon. We're all going to get together here or wherever it's going to be, the pickle park. And we're going to build a big bonfire. Everybody puts a watermelon on. And
roast the watermelon.
And then when they all explode, the pieces go everywhere, and everybody runs out in the woods to get a piece.
That's right. Everybody runs out in the woods to get a piece. And what we did, we decided we were going to turn it around. Instead of pulling the funny on the audience, we were going to pull the funny on you.
Yes, sir.
And we did. And well, I'm trying to keep this as PG and 13 as possible. Because I tell you the way it was explained to me, but I think we'd be kicked off of YouTube and probably everything else if I told you the way it was explained to me. But, it was just a gag. But you know what, Steve? The way the world is right now, we've got a president who's a bumbling idiot. We've got a Speaker of the House who is Satan himself in a dress. The whole world's going to hell. The oil reserves are gone. Our military's getting weaker by the day. Our enemies are getting stronger by the day. The world's just going down the crapper pipe. And if I could divert somebody's attention away from that for 5 minutes, whether they're laughing or griping about it, well, guess what? That's a lot better than looking at the reality of the way the world is, you know?
Amen.
So, you know, I know some of them people get uptight about it. Get uptight. Well, guess what? At least you're uptight about something silly and not uptight about the state of the world is right now, you know? Because that's something to really be uptight about.
Well, I know a whole bunch of people.
Just goofing off.
A whole bunch of people got a real good laugh on Steve Summers this week.
Oh, yeah. I did. I tell you what, I was in the floor. I couldn't even see to get up.
You wasn't the only one, Moose.
I told Big Sexy that when you got off the phone, all I said was lock, stock, and barrel. And he said, yep.
Yeah, it was funny.
Well, all's well that ends well, except for those that end up at Calhoun's tonight.
Hey, well, you know what? Even if they end up at Calhoun's, that's still some mighty fine barbecue. So it's a win-win all the way around.
Yes, sir.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, and since we was all going Dutch Creek anyway, they was gonna have to pay their own bills. So hey, you know what? No harm, no foul.
There you go. All right, guys. Well, thanks for the happy birthday wishes. Have a good weekend. There you go. And we'll return into...
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com. Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All right, back at it here. Then you got Alex Jones. I've never been a big fan of Alex Jones. A lot of conspiracy theories, yes. And yes, at the same time, the guy would share a lot of the same news and information that I would share over the years, but I never really took it and twisted it to the level of an Alex Jones. But, suing the guy and now ordered in, it's nearly $1 billion verdict against him. Growing up, I heard my grandfather say many, many times, you can't get blood out of a turnip, if you know what that means. Yeah, you can't get blood out of a rock. You can't get $1 billion out of somebody who ain't got $10 million. It's just, what the hell? Where's this $1 billion going to come from? He kind of mocked things this past day. It's a total joke. It's a railroad job. A blatant effort to silence and bankrupt me. An affront to freedom of speech and opinion. There's a 99% chance that this is going to be overturned on appeal, he said. So he said, look, nobody's talking about the appeal. We are very, very sure, like 99%, that this is such a joke, such a fiasco, such a kangaroo court, a railroad job, that it'll be overturned. Both the Texas rulings, the Connecticut rulings at the Supreme Court of Connecticut and Texas, if not the Supreme Court of the United States. But look, doesn't matter. At the end of the day, I don't have $10 million, he said. I got a couple of houses. I got a couple $1,000,000 in the bank. I mean, it's a joke. If they think they're going to get $900+ million, they are gravely mistaken. I mean, this astronomical number in this ruling, it is not reality-based. It will not be received by the plaintiffs. I mean, they put their attorney fees at $400 million. Attorney fees. Now, like, it really cost $400 million to persecute me for the last 4 years. So they're asking again for $1.5 billion. They've had a jury who was told I was already guilty. Jury says I owe $965 million. Well, guess what? You can't get blood out of a stone. Yeah, on and on it goes. And I never really followed the case. I know it had something to do with his comments about Sandy Hook being some sort of a, what do you call it, a red herring, or, like the government really did it. I guess that it impacted, mentally, the parents and whatnot of the kids that were killed at Sandy Hook. He said, look, I didn't kill the kids. It's like O.J. Simpson was found civilly guilty of murdering 2 people. He paid $33.5 million. I didn't murder anybody. I just questioned a public event. I didn't send people out to harass anybody. Hardly ever even talked about it. He goes on and on, but where are you going to get $965 million out of a guy that ain't even got $10 million in the bank, right? I guess... Is it really ultimately about just shutting the guy down, shutting him up? 100%. They've been trying to do that for years anyway. And what are we looking at? 24 past the hour. Scarecrow back on for a Friday morning. Oh, Scarecrow, what's going on?
Well, there, Steve, we're going to give it a roll here. I appreciate it if you hold me over if I don't through here at the first shot, but we changed the seasons up our way yesterday afternoon. Looked outside and the grass had turned white.
Uh-oh.
kind of a bland shade of white, and it was gone within about 5 minutes or so. But we call it snow chunking up there this time of year. It's actually more more ice crystals than actual snowflakes as we know it. But no, it just fully reminds me how I'm never ready for the change of season. They got all kinds of fair weather things, you'd like to take care of around the property before, the weather goes south. And, the same thing happens in the spring, you're never really ready for the summer chores and whatnot. But our forecast for the next week has us, 20 degrees below the normals for this time of year. So, we're going to be ready for a 60-degree day when we get out of this part.
What part of Wisconsin are you?
Yeah.
What part of the state are you upstate or southern Wisconsin? What are you?
No, La Crosse is kind of the south. I guess I'd call that south central, right on the west coast there on the river. If you look at a map, La Crosse is probably about a quarter to a third of the way north of the Illinois line, going up.
Oh, okay, over on the west side of the state. I mean, I'm looking at a batch of snow, coming in. I mean, it's snowing from Duluth down towards St. Paul this morning. I don't know if any of that's going to make it as far south as La Crosse, but it's kind of dropping your direction. You might see some more white today.
Yeah, the forecast did have a little, potential something for Friday, but I don't say it's nothing that's going to accumulate or anything like that. But yeah, I see a lot of that snow-typed forecast for the northern half of the state, pretty much sure.
Yep.
But, and then dwelling back on Lone Ranger, I think that was probably Sunday night, Monday morning. He touched on the fuel oil prices. Now, what did he say? $5.12 is what that dealer had told him right now.
Yes.
For a gallon of home heating oil.
Correct.
Does gouging come to mind at all? There's no state fuel tax. There's no federal highway tax. There's no special blend. Those that are going to hit the hardest are the ones that are going to afford it the least. The fuel oil, furnaces and whatnot, they're generally in older properties, older houses. That says elderly, retirees and such. I'd be surprised if 1% of the new home heating systems in the last 20 years, last 40 years have been, oil and whatnot. Man, that, I figured last year, prices, people were putting on charge cards and trying to make a go of it. I don't know how the hell they're going to do it this year now, but.
And he was talking about the guy he deals with when, the fact that he knows Lone Ranger personally well enough that he would allow him to send him a check. But, this guy wants, cash, credit card, cash on the barrel at delivery time. No 6 months, paying $150 a month or whatever. You got to come up with $1,000, $1,500, boom, to fill up your tank. News break time.
USA Radio News.
A Texas sheriff has certified that dozens of migrants who were flown from Texas to Martha's Vineyard, Massachusetts last month under a new program by Florida Governor Ron DeSantis were crime victims, insinuating their eligibility for a special visa. The sheriff had stated that he had filed certification forms which immigration lawyers say can be used to obtain a visa reserved for crime victims or people who witness certain crimes. New York Attorney General Letitia James has filed court papers seeking to stop former President Donald Trump from transferring assets from his namesake real estate company. This is the latest move in her civil case alleging years of fraudulent practices. This is USA Radio News.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So, while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate through the site within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. Just go to this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Hey, let's take care of our $1,000 daily driver bonus giveaway. You need a keyword. It's going to be our final keyword here on the Overnight Drive this week. Kind of closing out week number 4 of a 6-week contest. 2 weeks to go. Keyword this hour is beauty. As in Beauty and the Beast. B-E-A-U-T-Y. Go to tncradio.live. Enter that keyword. Use the tncradio.live app. Simply click on contest. It'll open up there. Enter the keyword. Listen in for additional keywords 10 a.m., 7 p.m. Eastern Time today via tncradio.live. It's the $1,000 daily driver bonus giveaway nationwide contest. You can't win if you don't enter. Beauty is your keyword. All right, Scarecrow, thanks for hanging in there.
Well, Steve, we reached the point of the week here. We're going to move on to Crow's BS / Casual Friday session. Now, I'm a genuinely humble person. I may have shared this story in the past at some point in time, but Knucklebuster kind of reminded me of it when he brought up about the Hooter girls in the car there. Now, I'm sorry if I repeat myself, but I actually saved the life of a Hooters waitress one time. You can blame that on the floor, the layout of the restaurant and such. They had their coffee station in a very ridiculous position in which somebody coming out of the restroom hallway, it's a pending disaster. And sure enough, the young lady, she had turned around and she was hightailing it back to a table or such, and boom, there Scarecrow was. And well, I broke her fall, Steve. I did. I caught her right before she laid out on the floor there, and the way it played out, it's in full view of probably about 3/4 of the seated in the restaurant there. And man, there were hoots and hollers and cheers, and I couldn't say any more. I thought, well, I'd like to pretend that she was throwing herself at me, but the girl was no less than 30 years my junior to begin with. So either way, now a little bit about this reverse watermelon roast, Steve.
Yes.
Now I'm not ready to pony up any 1995 for any class action lawsuit by any means. But there's a few details that I think have been swept under the rug here that I'm probably gonna raise the hackles on a few of those previous callers there, but we're open to rebuttals and such. Now, a few days back, earlier this week, I had a little chat with Hillbilly Tex here, and they said, darn well that you're gonna kind of be missing all that hat waving and bell ringing out there along the interstate and such. And he looked at me, what the hell are you talking about? And I said, buddy, when you leave the altar there Saturday, the only bell ringing is going to be when you nod your head yes and no, because that bell is going to be tied around your neck. And but in the same token, I said, it's not all bad given. We've seen the engagement photos, and this young lady is quite the looker. I don't blame you for giving up all your freedom and such. And so I truly, I have to admit, I probably am partially to blame for the demise of these nuptials. That Tex, he thought about this pretty serious, and he said, that's enough of this nonsense. Oh no, I like my single-hoodedness and whatnot. So, and to save face, it's my contention that all these others that are claimed to be participants have got their head together quick. Thought we've got to bail Tex out here. So they concocted this other plan there, Steve, to take the heat off of Tex and throw it in your face. That's one man's opinion here, bud. But it's something for you to think about. Now, I know you've seen those wedding or the engagement pictures too. Now, my thoughts are, man, I wonder if she was a participant in yesterday's National Go Braless Day. But either way, that's some fuel for thought. That's the end of Crow's BS for the week. Thank you for taking my call.
Casual Friday, thank you much. Yeah, right. Turned it into a reverse watermelon roast. Hey, good morning to our friend Steve there in Columbus, Ohio. Hello, Steve, and all the listeners out there. Yeah, it's finally Friday on a week that seems to have went by pretty quick again. We're going to get through this day. We'll start another relaxing weekend. Hopefully this route goes by quick today. Everybody enjoyed the day, enjoyed the weekend, and there you go. As always, we'll catch up again soon. Very good. Before I get too far ahead, let me get back as I was sharing the story from the Military Times. I left off, they said, yeah, no one really keeps detailed data on what's stopping our youth from signing up, from joining the military. Yeah, experts in military leadership says, well, there's competition from the private sector. There's jobs out there. There's a dwindling number of young Americans that are qualified or interested. But what they don't have much information on is why that propensity is going down. Are we undergoing an ideological shift in attitude toward military service? To which I would say, yes, we are. One possibility that's increasingly resonating with veterans is that the military is too woke. Tommy Tuberville, for example, is among the group of Republican senators who've repeatedly blamed the recruiting problems on the Biden administration for trying to build a woke army. The director of the Center for National Defense at the Heritage Foundation, conservative think tank, recently spoke about the wokeness is the chief worry of grizzled American veterans today. The largest threat they see by far to our current military is the weakening of its fabric by radical, progressive, or what they call woke policies being imposed. Not by a rising generation of slackers, but by the very leaders that are charged with ensuring their readiness. Wokeness in the military is being imposed by elected and appointed leaders in the White House, Congress, and the Pentagon who have very little understanding of the purpose, the character, the traditions, and the requirements of the institution that they are actively trying to change today. You go woke, you go broke. Remember that. Hello, Rooster.
Good morning, Steve. How you doing, buddy?
Doing well. Hadn't heard from you in a while. Doing all right?
Oh, yeah, man. Just keep the nose at the grindstone. Staying busy. I was just listening to your comment there about this military, and I think it's a lot of these younger generation of these young men, young women. With this administration that's in there now, I don't think they, would want to support what's going on with the country.
Mm-hmm.
And like you said, there's too many there's a lot of other jobs out here in the private sector that's a whole lot more positive and promising than trying to get converted into something that you don't believe in. But that's just my 2 cents on that. But it's sad.
Yeah, valid point. I'm thinking you think back go back about 20 years when my son joined. There was this, after being attacked on September 11 of 2001. You remember how the country came together, and my son was one of those, and so many other youngsters that were profoundly impacted by the way our lives were changed. They wanted to go in and fight for America and fight for our freedoms. A lot of that's been lost. Right now, who wants to fight for a Biden administration? Is that what you're trying to say?
Exactly.
Yep.
That's exactly what I'm trying to say, brother. You know, me and you are on the same page when it comes to a lot of this stuff. We don't have to dig too deep in each other's minds because we're on the same page a lot. But that's exactly what I'm driving at.
Yep.
And I totally get it. But with that being said, I just wanted to add that little comment and wish you a happy birthday this weekend, you and your wife. And I hope y'all have a good time there tomorrow night. So with that being said, I'll step on out of here and try to get myself on down to Nashville this morning and get my week wrapped up. So I'll get back with you sometime next week.
Right.
Be safe this weekend, buddy.
Thank you much. Appreciate you. Thanks for the happy birthday wishes. Enjoy your weekend and be safe. There you go. Hey, Knucklebuster, take 2. Hey there. Yes, sir. Knucklebuster. Looks like we might have lost Knucklebuster. Okay. Eskimo Mom would be next on the list here. Hello, Eskimo Mom.
Hi, Steve. Happy birthday to you.
Thank you. How you been?
Oh, it's my birthday and I got to work.
I was just going to say, I know it's a happy birthday to you. I have to return the favor, you and Mary Ann. That's all celebrating birthdays this weekend.
Yep. Also, add to it, Renegade has a birthday on the 16th, and he calls in every now and then.
Yeah.
And so there's just a bunch of us. We all should be having a good old time.
There you go.
But unfortunately, if anybody wants to have a bonfire, they better keep an eye on the weather. My weather bug when I left my store was popping up fire weather warnings for Western Ohio,
yes,
which is very, very, very rare for us.
From here, I see from Western Ohio, western 2/3 of Kentucky. I mean, red flag warnings all the way back into southeastern Wyoming. So from Wyoming to Colorado to Kansas, Nebraska, Missouri, Illinois, that entire zone under red flag warnings today.
Yeah, it's just crazy, and it's just I'm just hoping this is just the calm before the storm, and we finally get some wet weather, but we get some mild weather here in the process, because I don't mind it being a little chilly, but this is just a little too early for a lot of us.
Thank you. Well, Eskimo Mom, happy birthday to you, and enjoy your weekend. Don't get yourself put in jail either, right? It's 844-844-3388. Back into here on a Friday.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com. Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
And there was one other item in the industry headlines hadn't got to this morning. It's the debate over the proposed inclusion of hair testing for the FMCSA, for the Drug and Alcohol Clearinghouse. It reached a new level of contention. Yeah, back in late August, the Trucking Alliance asked the FMCSA to amend the regulations to allow hair testing results to be included in their clearinghouse. Under the proposed amendment, carriers with knowledge of a positive hair test would be required to be reported to the Drug and Alcohol Clearinghouse. Now, they had a 30-day comment period. Several trucking organizations, including OOIDA, filed comments opposing that amendment. Yeah, the clearinghouse should not accept the results of hair follicle testing, considering the inconsistencies and the inaccuracies involved. Also, the Sikh Coalition and the North American Punjabi Trucking Association voiced their opposition on faith-based concerns. in regards to removal of hair, right? Well, a number of concerns have been expressed about the validity and the accuracy of hair testing. The Trucking Alliance recently doubled down on their support of it. Earlier this week, they published results from a recent survey of truck driver drug tests at 7 U.S. trucking companies, members of the Trucking Alliance. In the report, the Alliance concluded the surveys suggest truck drivers are using illegal drugs in dramatically higher numbers than the Department of Transportation reports. What they did was they looked at new hire drug testing results from more than 88,000 drivers who applied for jobs at those 7 trucking companies last year. So the drivers were asked to take 2 pre-employment drug tests. First, you had the DOT-required urinalysis test, and then the hair drug test requested by the companies. Of those 88,000 plus drivers, 403 were disqualified for employment due to a positive result from the urine test. However, hair testing uncovered 4,362 positive tests, a staggeringly wide difference from the positives from urine testing. Now, the companies, those 7 companies, disqualified them, but the Department of Transportation Clearinghouse does not accept those hair test results. So now the Trucking Alliance said in their press release, those drivers went undiscovered, most likely found a truck driving job somewhere else, and resumed their illegal drug habit. Yeah, that's the breakdown from the Trucking Alliance. And we know the Alliance, it's a whole bunch of the big names, big trucking companies out there, big ATA members. Yes, 5-7.
It sounds like Knuckles did an eagle on you. Okay, I'm just giving an observation. The mill that I go to in Charleston cut us off, about 2 weeks ago. And like I said, they were packing everything in because of the railroad strike before. Mm-hmm. And I mean, rail cars, chemicals, chips. I mean, we couldn't haul it in fast enough. Well, they shut us down, right? And oddly enough, right after the news that they didn't accept the contract and they were expecting a strike sometime at December, I believe you said.
Right.
Boom! They've called us, and now we're back hauling as much as we can. I went through the mill. They've got a just a standard pile, chip pile there. They had a mountain of the stuff. So apparently they're backing everything up. They're stocking everything up for whenever it might happen with the rail strike. So it just an observation. I don't know if that's a fact. I don't know whatever, but all I can tell you is that morning you said they were going to possibly strike.
Yep.
That day, that afternoon, they opened up Charleston mill for all the sawmills around the area. So I'm putting 2 to 2 together and coming up with 6. We'll leave it at that. Hey, I'm a product of Florida Public Schools. What do you say? Also, I did my best this week. I did because last Friday you said something about overseas and got to saying about Seychelles. So all week long I tried my best not to get involved in politics, and I've still got my Hooters in the bind. So heck with it. I don't care. You got to know what's going on. If you have a child over in Germany right now and they've been rattling nukes and showing trains going into Ukraine with nuclear equipment, sorry, with me it's just I didn't get hooked. I didn't get nailed on any of that until you said that you were taking tonight off. And I said, well, doggone. So they didn't get me, but you sure did. And we just laugh it off and enjoy the program.
It was all
Other than that, we're going to...
A whole bunch of fun.
That's what it was.
That's the idea. Real quick, like here, you mentioned the rail strike. Yep. USA Today yesterday, I mean, if you missed it, we touched on it earlier this week, but that threat of a rail strike is back. Probably not till after the midterms, but there's already one union that has voted down the contract. Now, they're supposedly back at the table, holding discussions and whatnot. There's a total of 12 unions, railroad unions. They represent about 115,000 employees. 4 of the 12 have approved their agreements, but all 12 have to ratify the contracts to avert a strike. Now, we said one of them has already voted no, which there's 2 others, the 2 biggest railroad unions, in light of the fact of the one that has voted no. Those votes should be coming in here probably here in the next week or so, and they're saying it's now much more likely that those 2 will also vote no to their contracts. And if that were the case, again, it could very well occur. The threat of a railroad strike back in the headlines that could debilitate the economy. After one of the largest unions has now rejected their deal earlier this week. I think that was on Monday. The majority of the Brotherhood of Maintenance of Way Employees Division Union voting against the 5-year deal. So we'll see where that goes. Hey, have a great weekend. Thank you so much for hanging out with us here. See you back Monday morning for the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of.